Touchdown. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on into a Friday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. If you do text us, we had a bunch of texts into the show last night. Just text your name and where you're from, much as if you were to phone call the show. So that way we can get you featured on the show. Brad, we're 24 hours away from Illinois and UConn, brother. You're a big ILL fan. You live minutes away from the campus in Champaign. But for the last 2 days, you have been live at Radio Row in Indianapolis for the Final Four. One more sleep before you get to see if the Fighting Illini make their first trip to the national title game in over 2 decades. And so I ask you, with one sleep left to go, how are you feeling from the conversations we've had today? There's a lot of orange and blue in the Circle City.
Yeah, man, I'm a little bit of a nervous Nelly. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to probably have some libations after the show to quell the nerves, as a matter of fact. And it is a sea of orange currently in Indianapolis. Yesterday you could really hear a pin drop in downtown Indy, but today the throng, the sea of humanity has arrived. All kinds of fans and all their various school colors really spread out and just droves across the entire downtown area of Indy. A lot of ILL chants I heard off the distance. We're going to unpack a couple things. I actually saw the open practice at Lucas Oil Stadium with Illinois fans showing up and really showing out. It was absolutely spectacular. So yeah, man, look, I will be a train wreck mentally tomorrow. And guess what, folks? I get the pleasure of getting up and doing another show. So if you want to see me in my full element, you want to make sure you tune in, myself and Nick Costos, from 10 to noon right here on Westwood One Sports, and that's Central Time, so it's 11 to 1 Eastern. Because, I am probably going to be just folding myself up in several different knots, and mentally there'll be a circus going on in my head, to say the least, in anticipation and preparation for, please, basketball gods, give me a sweet victory in a national title appearance.
Yeah, again, we were going to get into both of the games in plenty of detail today, but I just wanted to get a wellness check, get a gut check on you here 24 hours out. Illinois, UConn, the first game. Arizona, Michigan, the second game. And the big news over the last couple of days here, Brad, outside of the games themselves in the Final Four, was the speculation that Arizona head coach Tommy Lloyd was going to be offered a bag. That the North Carolina Tar Heels were going to back up the Brinks truck for him, the Mack truck, whatever kind of truck, whatever truck's got a lot of dough in it. Well, they backed that truck up, and Tommy Lloyd said, no, thank you. I'm staying in Tucson. It's official today. Pete Thamel, a couple hours ago, Arizona coach Tommy Lloyd has agreed to a new deal with the Arizona Wildcats, a 5-year deal that will make him one of the 5 highest paid coaches in college basketball. There are sources from multiple reporters saying that UNC offered Tommy Lloyd a top 2 contract in college basketball, and he's taking less to stay. But taking less to stay at Arizona, he does get a bump up to over $7 million starting next season. It's got a huge bump plus incentives in his contract structure. And apparently he's also no longer going to report to the AD. So Tommy Lloyd has basically elevated himself to czar status here. And he's going to be staying with the Arizona Wildcats for the foreseeable future. Good for Tommy Lloyd. Good for Arizona. And in a bit, we're going to ask, well, what the hell does North Carolina do now?
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's still going to be fallout and ripple effects from this. The scuttlebutt here in Indianapolis, talking to a number of people, with their spicy hot takes on college basketball. The consensus I got, a lot of people expected Tommy Lloyd to eventually wind up in Chapel Hill, and he spurned that idea today with a contract extension. He had a falling out with the AD there in Arizona, who I believe is still employed, last that I saw. And another interesting little factoid is a part of that contract extension. He no longer has to report to the athletic director. So he's going to get his cake, and he's certainly going to eat it too. Gets a little bit more money, those added incentives as you laid out, and he doesn't have to report to the AD. In which they have had some disagreements on. So it's a win-win-win situation in my estimation for Tommy Lloyd, and a win-win-win situation, and like win to the infinite power situation for Arizona and the continuity that they have. Tommy Lloyd is elevated himself to one of the best and one of the most elite coaches in the entire college basketball game. And the strong takeaway I had immediately is money actually ain't everything, Pat, because Tucson is beautiful. I love it. I visited a couple of times. It's breathtaking. Maybe he likes the sunny weather. He likes to soak up the vitamin D and not have to deal with any snow and head out east to Chapel Hill. It's not like they get a lot of snow there anyway. Yeah, they got nice seasons in North Carolina, but there's added pressure going to an institution that has that kind of clout with Michael Jordan and James Worthy and Dean Smith and so many, phenomenal people. And then the pressure that comes along with it. And Lloyd's, build up this Arizona program. They're back at the Final Four and, have a shot to cut down the nets for the first time in an eternity. I think it's a wise and a sage move by him. Yeah, and it prompts the immediate question, who's next for UNC?
Yeah, well, one of the best quotes I heard from Tommy Lloyd today was, here is the direct quote. The phone call with Michael Jordan never did happen. I'll put that to rest. We all idolized MJ. With that being said, though, my Michael Jordan is Steve Kerr, and I'm proud to be an Arizona Wildcat. So, there's people wondering what Michael Jordan's going to call him, and that'll push it over the line. The great contract negotiation, home run swing. Well, it never happened. It doesn't matter anyway. And so, what is next here for North Carolina? I'm seeing from a lot of folks, there are people that are claiming to know big boosters in Chapel Hill very well, and that they are going to pull the full court press on Billy Donovan, the current head coach of the Chicago Bulls. We heard Billy Donovan's name right away after they let go of Hubert Davis. And so do they try to poach him from the Chicago Bulls? Also, Mark Byington from Vanderbilt all of a sudden is becoming a very attractive coach, one that was like the safe, break glass in case of emergency option a couple of weeks ago. You and I laid out TJ Otzelberger from Iowa State. He has shut it down. Ben McCollum from Iowa. He has basically shut it down. And so now North Carolina, we're getting kind of towards the end of the list here in terms of who would be acceptable candidates, right? You don't want to hire somebody that, no offense to any of these coaches that have done this, North Carolina's not bringing in a coach that has had some nice success with some mid-major programs. Right? That's what Iowa did with Ben McCollum, but it paid off. They had to take a risk on somebody that had a ton of success at the D2 level and then had a great year with Drake. That was the next step up for him. The North Carolina job, it's still one of the best jobs in the country for college basketball, for all of college athletics, and what the pay is going to be and what the prestige is going to be and what that elevates you to as a celebrity in the sports world. And so if it's not Billy Donovan, is it Mark Byington? And what the hell else did North Carolina do if they don't get either of those guys here? Because they let go of Hubert Davis over a week ago. We thought, all right, they're going to hold out for Tommy Lloyd, maybe Ben McCollum from Iowa, maybe Todd Golden from Florida. And so far, none of those have come to fruition. So what does North Carolina do now?
Yeah, that's crazy. Like Nate Oates, I actually saw him today on Radio Row. That was another name that was bandied about immediately, despite having an exorbitant payout. And, they're just getting stiff-armed. I don't hate it. As somebody that doesn't necessarily buy at everything North Carolina. But, it's a bit shocking that they may get the sixth or seventh guy down on the list in the grand scheme of things. Byington makes all the sense in the world in my estimation, but I think you're on to something with Billy Donovan. I think Billy Donovan is priority number one at this juncture. Is he ever going to do anything meaningful like win an NBA title with the Chicago Bulls. No, I don't think he will. He's had a fine NBA coaching career. But the question for Billy Donovan he's going to have to ask himself is, do I want to go back to the college game, which is greatly changed from the last time he coached at that level, with NIL, with the transfer portal exploding as a result. I mean, there's added baggage now and added responsibility. It's truly a year-round gig for a lot of those guys. Constantly attached to your phone. It's different in the NBA. I would consider the NBA a little bit more laissez-faire, if you will, compared to the college game right now, especially at the North Carolina level. So, that's a debate Billy Donovan's going to have in his own mind if he is the top candidate for the job. But Byington, to me, is the last crutch to lean on. If they don't get one of those two guys, I don't know what the hell they're going to do, man. I really don't. It's anyone's best guess where they go from there. Maybe they're going to, hire the head coach from Maine or something. It'll be something outrageous. Could you imagine like a low mid-major school? And it's like, yeah, hey, you were like 25th on the list. Nobody else wanted the gig. So you're the guy. I mean, we're getting to that point almost if Byington and Billy Donovan say no to UNC. It's just utterly shocking to me.
310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. You can give us a call. You can give us a text. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, so they went after Tommy Lloyd and didn't get him. How about the other guy on the other end of the bench in tomorrow night's game? How about Dusty May from Michigan? Right? Might as well try to go after him and pluck him from Ann Arbor. Nope. I don't think it's going to happen either, because here was a statement from Michigan AD Ward Manuel, who told John Rothstein, quote, we're prepared when all this is over to do anything we have to do to keep our head coach. So Tommy Lloyd just got a new deal. Dusty May might get a new deal here from Michigan. I like that, Brad. College sports nowadays, man, with how much money is being pumped into college basketball, college football at the highest level. Look, I mean, Dusty May's got a proven track record, right? He took FAU to the Final Four. It doesn't get much more impressive than that. And now he's got Michigan in the Final Four here in just year 2, right? So, but for Tommy Lloyd, a hell of a head coach and a long time assistant for Mark Few. He's an assistant at Gonzaga for 20 years. So it's not like he came out of nowhere and all of a sudden is having success for the first time. Tommy Lloyd's been to the Sweet 16 4 times in his first 5 years. That's pretty damn good, right? But now to get to the Final Four for the first time, and then instantly, now you're being paid as one of the top 5 coaches in basketball. I find that, I find it great for the coaches, of course, but also I kind of find it absurd, right? It's like, imagine if you're a bartender and, you have a couple of not slow weekends, because I'm trying to find the equivalent to Sweet 16, right? Imagine you have a couple of really great weekends with some great tips and all the customers are complimenting, the bartending staff is tremendous. And, I'm going to tell the owner, and you're getting rave reviews and you're bringing in all these people and it's a packed house. And then all of a sudden you have a night where the line is out the door for an entire weekend. And the owner goes, you know what? I'm going to double your salary. Like, just like that, I find it absurd. It's you have 1 year where you get to basically, I wouldn't say the zenith, right? And he still can win the national title. But just because there's some interest from somewhere else and he's gotten to the Final Four, it's like, all right, we're going to pay his top 5 coach now. Like, is that a trend we're going to keep seeing? If there's another coach that has had some success but then gets to the Final Four, is it, all right, instant payday, cha-ching, instant new contract for you? Because we saw it in college football too this year.
Yeah, I think that may be the trend that is going to be laid down by a lot of these administrators at major universities. They want the continuity. You can't if you're a big name head coach, you're just not going to jump program to program to program. Have to plant new roots. Have to establish your system. Have to establish your recruiting mechanisms and your overall approach to the game. And I think a lot of these guys are like, okay, I want to stay here. My family is happy. I like Ben McCollum. He has said that time and time again. His family's happy. TJ Otzelberger has said that time and time again. I want to stay in Ames. I'm going to raise my kids here. My wife has got strong connections to Iowa State. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to upset that dynamic. And I get it. It's a quality of life thing, really, for a lot of these guys. So, they have that success and they're like, look, if you can at least get me not necessarily the ballpark, but very good seats in that ballpark and compete with the upper echelon, and maybe courting their services. So, like, I'll take a little bit less money just to stay here because we are building something great and we're going to keep the gravy train a rolling. I think it's endearing. It's heartwarming. I like to see it. And I think we're going to see that more and more and more. That money ain't everything, and the grass necessarily is not greener on the other side.
Yeah, again, phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. What do you think of Tommy Lloyd saying no to a massive deal that would have made him a top 2 highest paid college basketball coach in the country to stay with Arizona? And your opinions, your predictions, who the hell is the next North Carolina head coach? One of the top brands in all of sports, college or professional. They're still left scrambling here a week after they've moved on from their old head coach, Hubert Davis. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. When we return, we're going to start getting knee-deep into these games tomorrow. We'll talk Illinois and UConn and what is the biggest factor in a game that is razor-thin margins. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Just getting rolling here. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I mean, you're down by 32. Like, he tweaked his hamstring already. Why is he in the game? Like, why is he in the game? Is that a fair question to ask? And I know sports fans are really sensitive, and Lakers fans will say, well, they cleared him. Why can't he go? Why can't they put him back in there? Grow up. The game was over. He has hurt his hamstring in February and then tweaked it in the first half. If it were me, and I understand I'm not coaching the team, I would have gotten him out of the game. But that's not what happened. So what happens is he leaves, and the Lakers get blown the F out. And now, we have to project a scenario because we don't know the results of the MRI. And obviously they're on the West Coast, so we may not know by the time this show goes off the air at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We may not know. Certainly within the realm of possibility that we don't know. So I'm going to project this, right? I would say it's very unlikely that Luka plays another regular season game. Possible, of course. He could miss no time. I have no idea. But I mean, given the facts that I've laid out, like February and then tweaked it earlier, we know how hamstrings are. My sense is we don't see Luka again until the playoffs. He going to be healthy for the playoffs? For the first round? You sure about that? I'm not saying he won't be. But again, consider the facts. I think it's fair to at least call it into question. Right? And I think and hope that this would be a pretty obvious opinion that I'm about to give. I hope so. I hope that even Lakers fans with the purple and gold tinted glasses are not so delusional to think that they could win a first-round playoff series without Luka Doncic. Now, I will acknowledge it would kind of be fun to watch LeBron at 41 try and be like Sylvester Stallone in The Expendables. Just here's the aging action star trying to do it all himself, or with the, and I know he has a team around him, but the aging action star trying to make it happen. It would be fun to watch LeBron and Reeves try and do that. But come on. I don't think the Rockets, they're beating the Rockets without Luka. The T-Wolves without Luka. The Nuggets without Luka. Let's be serious. Let's be serious. So I don't think the Lakers are doing anything anyway, even with a healthy Luka. They could win one series, then they lose into the Spurs. And if they somehow manage to beat the Spurs, if Wemby gets hurt, they going to get waxed by the Thunder. But they're not even going to win one round if Luka misses postseason time. Did you guys know, as you type in the chat, that like everyone gets a ceremonial watch? I did not know that. So I actually looked this up. Like, what are the watches that you get if you make the Final Four? You get a Final Four branded Timex watch. Okay. Now, if you told me that you get to the Final Four and you get a Rolex, a Patek Philippe, an Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks, right? Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks. A Richard Mille. Man, like, yeah, I'll lose in the national semifinal. Give me one of those watches. A Timex? What, was Casio not available? Like NCAA, like in the NIL era, we can't do better than this? Just, no disrespect to Timex, but just saying.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We are taking your phone calls on who you think the next head coach at North Carolina will be, because the big news of the day is Tommy Lloyd is staying in Tucson. He's staying with the Arizona Wildcats on a brand new 5-year deal that's going to make him a top 5 highest paid college basketball coach in the men's game. And that is ahead of their game against Michigan tomorrow. And we gave out the relay of the report from John Rothstein that Michigan AD Ward Manuel said they're going to do everything they can to keep Dusty May as well. You got to imagine North Carolina has gone through the back channels to talk to Dusty May as well. And so if it's not Tommy Lloyd, and it might not be Dusty May, Billy Donovan from the Chicago Bulls is getting more and more heat and more traction. And Mark Byington from Vanderbilt, who started this season 16-0 and was a half-court buzzer beater away from going to the Sweet 16 and still had a fantastic year overall. Mark Byington from Vanderbilt is one of those top names to look out for as well. Brad, before we get into Illinois and UConn here, how about the big news here from Sports Business Journal reporting that the NCAA leadership is expected to expand the men's and women's NCAA tournaments to 76 teams as soon as next year. This is a conversation we had a couple of weeks ago when this started to really pick up traction.
Yep.
I'm completely opposed to it. Are you still opposed to it? Because you want more teams in the college football playoff, but after the horrendous bubble that we've seen in the last 2 years of teams on the outside looking in to get into the big dance, I mean, we really don't need more mediocre teams in March Madness. It is as close to as perfect as it is right now, in my opinion.
Welcome to the dance, Auburn Tigers, right?
Yeah. We wouldn't have had any Bruce Pearl drama.
No, we wouldn't have had Bruce Pearl drama, Stephen Pearl drama, any Pearl. We would have had no drama whatsoever. By the way, Auburn's playing the NIT final right down the street here in Indianapolis tonight against the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. No, I am not an advocate for this. Look, here is the brilliance of the bracket. I'm going to hold this up for those of you watching on film. Again, it is symmetrical. If you're going to add additional teams, this becomes asymmetrical. And you're going to have, the double the amount of games. You're going to have, 8 games per day on, Tuesday and Wednesday and lead up. to the big dance and the actual, 64 teams and the bracketing. What makes college basketball awesome is the bracket, because of people's interest in office pools, people's interest in betting, and now you disrupt that. So I guess, what we're doing with the first four right now, the play-in winner, you just automatically take whoever that is. If they advance, they're going to have to approach it the same way with the 64 team bracket. So I mean, that's the solution to traditional bracket games. And me, I'm a gambler. I love to bet on basketball. I don't hate having more games as a result of it. But 76, like, where does this end in reality? The bubble sucks every year. And we're rewarding teams in their utter mediocrity. And I am not a proponent of that. I'm not a fan of that any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I think it really stinks, quite frankly, but it's all about the almighty dollar. It's all about that dollar bills, y'all. And the NCAA knows that people are going to be watching games during the day and those 2 days leading up to the main event every Thursday. So, I think we'll get used to it in the grand scheme of things, but my vote is a firm no on this. And that is come from a guy, again, who loves to bet on basketball.
Yeah, the proposal would add 8 games to the first 4. So we would go from 8 teams playing for 4 spots to then 24 teams playing for 12 spots, before advancing into the main bracket. I agree with you, man. The bubble stunk this year. And so, yeah, is there the possibility that you could get an Auburn team that had no business being into the tournament, but now they're going to be in despite having a mediocre season, barely being above 500? And the SEC wasn't the almighty powerhouse that it was last year when they got a record, 13 teams, 14 teams into the tournament?
Yep.
So it's possible, sure, that anybody can get hot at any time, and maybe, next year we would have an Auburn that can go from the first 4 to the final 4 or something crazy like that. But, again, it comes down to merit. It comes down to, do you deserve to be playing postseason basketball and not in the NIT? Do you deserve to be in March Madness just at the expense of some more TV dollars and some more fun, some more games in the first couple of days before the Thursday, Friday madness kicks off? I agree with you. Like, at what point does it end? Well, 76 teams. Wow. Look how much money. Look at the ratings. We had an extra 5% ratings on the first 4 games because people got
96.
God forbid. Yeah, right. Well, let's go to 96. Let's go to a whole extra first round of just teams playing to get into the tournament. Why not? Expansion. We all love it. It's happening across all sports. Why not? Again, there is something about, like, less is more, right? In a certain regards. I like the sanctity. I like the perfectness, the symmetry, as you said it, of how the bracket looks now, of how the games go, of how the tournament goes. We don't need extra games for the sake of there being extra games. It's just stupid.
It really is. And I'm just thinking in real time right now, our friends at the Field of 68, man, I hope they copyrighted Field of 76.
Yeah, seriously, the Field of 76, and maybe they should future copyright or trademark the Field of 96, the Field of 84, wherever it ends up going to after that, because, it might be ever-changing. All right, 310-840-4910. Would you want to see more teams in the NCAA tournament? Would you like to see a Field of 76 possibly next year? Because there's a pretty decent shot that that's where we're headed. All right, let's get into these games here, Brad. You'll be on pins and needles. Yep. You'll be a wreck. So, Illinois, UConn tomorrow to kick things off, the 6:09 p.m. Eastern tip. Illinois, the 3 seed, UConn, the 2 seed. The Illini showing an incredible new level of defense to get to this point here, dominating Houston with that 17-0 kill shot in the Sweet 16, and then taking care of Iowa down the stretch in the Elite 8, winning both those games by double digits. Their largest or their smallest victory so far was by 10 points over Houston. UConn, meanwhile, they had to sweat against Furman. They had to sweat for the first half or so against UCLA. It went down to the wire against Michigan State. They blew a 26-5 lead to start the game and had to win it late. And then an improbable 19-point comeback against Duke. There hasn't been a single game that has really been easy for UConn. And so I guess that's where I'd like to start. Do you think that the fact that they've been tested every single game, that they have that battle-testedness, that they're ready for anything, whether it's a big lead, they know they can't take their foot off the gas, whether it's being down double digits, they know they can come back. And Danny Hurley having won back-to-back championships just a couple of years ago, Is there an advantage in that, or do you think that once we get here, these teams have had a week to prepare, that it doesn't really matter?
No, I think it does matter. They've shown incredible resiliency, and I think that will come into play. I mean, Illinois can go out there. They could levy a kill shot in the first half and somehow, maybe by halftime get up by 15 points. And you kind of be like, oh, yeah, we've been here before, and it happened in the last round against Duke, and then they can scratch and claw and chip away in the second half and maybe have another Mullins-like miracle, right? So you can really never count them out. Look, the impressive thing about Illinois, as you just mentioned, is it's the approach on defense and how they really clamp down in that area. Stark improvement. I mean, that was the eyesore for them over the second half of the regular season, Big Ten season, is how many easy buckets they were just giving up repeatedly. And they refusing really to defend along the arc, not challenging, contesting a lot of shots. They always got supreme rim protectors because they're the longest team in college basketball. But they have just, have shown a steely resolve, challenging shots repeatedly in this NCAA tournament. The length of Illinois has been so disruptive. They're only giving up 0.935 points per possession in the NCAA tournament. That's ultra elite, folks. It really is. And you look at a lot of the advanced data over the month of March, and Illinois just bests UConn pretty much everywhere. UConn's profile is just so ho-hum, so vanilla, so meh, as they're outside the top 115 EFG offense, top 115. They're outside of an EFG defense. Illinois well inside the top 100 in both those categories. And you look on Bartorvik as well. UConn's number 20 in overall efficiency in the month of March. Illinois is number 4. So, if Illinois plays even, I think, a B-level game, they should be able to take care of business. And it could be in convincing fashion, folks. I know the spread is ultra tight right now at our friends at BetMGM. But, man, I saw the energy in the building today, watching the practice of the Illini. There is a bounce in the step. They seem ultra confident. Brad Underwood loves and adores this team. And, again, the crowd, I think, is going to play a role with, Champaign only being about an hour and 45, hour and 50 minutes west of Indianapolis. I think it could be close to 70-30 orange and blue in the stands because UConn fans are like, hey, man, we've been here before. Do we want to make the trip from Stores, Indy? We're cool. We'll watch at a bar. We'll watch it at home with our families. It's not as historic compared to the ILL. Again, we haven't been in the Final Four and since 2005, so it's been 21 years. It's been a minute, Pat. So take care of business, Illinois.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the X's and O's here. Tarris Reed is going to have a big target on his back because, for UConn in this tournament, they've gotten scoring from a little bit of everybody, right? Alex Caravan is their main leader. He had the one big game against UCLA, but he was really, really quiet for most of the game against Duke, really struggled to shoot the ball. Solo Ball is a guy that was basically on empty in terms of his confidence, and now has since started to play a lot better. Braylon Mullins, the freshman, again, the miracle legendary game-winning shot from the logo. Silas Demery was playing her in the beginning of the tournament, and he's basically like a gladiator. But Tarris Reed has been their consistent force here, no matter who they've played. And he had the monster game against Furman with 31 points and 27 rebounds, had a double-double against UCLA, had 20 points against Michigan State, had 26 points and 9 rebounds against Duke. But the one big thing that we've talked about for weeks now with your ILL is their length, their size, their ability to shut down teams in the paint here, especially in this tournament. The Ivasic brothers standing basically 7 feet tall, Mirkovic at 6'9", Stojakovic at 6'7" or 6'8". So, of course, they're going to look to shut down Tarris Reed. Do you think he still needs to have a big game? Does he need to dominate the paint in order for UConn to win this game?
Dominate the paint. I think he's got to bring at least probably a B+ game. UConn is going to have to shoot over the top of that Illinois length, and that's been the downside of that team. I mean, look at the Duke game. They started 1 of 18 from distance. That's unacceptable, inexcusable. They can't have a repeat, bricklaying. Otherwise, they're going to get waxed. So, yeah, I think Tarris Reed is going to have to, bring the noise and bring the thump. But the advantage Illinois has, as you mentioned, with the Ivasics, with David Mirkovic, they just keep throwing wide bodies at him. A lot of girth on girth action, to say the least. And I think that is advantage Illinois unless Reed somehow channels a 31-27 he had earlier in this tournament. And I think that is a snowball's chance, and you know where.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if he needs that. I don't really think he even needs to score more than 15 points. For me, it's the rebounding. He's got to dominate the boards, and obviously stay out of foul trouble is paramount. That goes without saying for both teams here on an everyday game basis, but even more so for this game. You lose Terrace Reed, 2 fouls in the first 10 minutes of this game. Illinois is going to destroy UConn in the paint. No offense to the backups and the other big men coming off the bench for UConn. There's nobody that can replicate what Terrace Reed does for Dan Hurley and the Huskies. So he's got to stay on the court. And again, I don't think he has to be too big of a factor scoring. He has to grab 13, 14 rebounds. Like, he needs a monster performance. He needs to be like the Dennis Rodman clip from the Bulls documentary, where he's basically like, yeah, I could see by the way the ball was coming off the rim. Here it is. Yeah. He's got to swallow. He has to inhale rebounds. Second chance opportunities are going to be massive for UConn. And on the other end of the floor, he's got to keep Illinois from getting those second chance points, because I think that could, above everything else, we talk about turnovers. We talk about just shooting the ball well. We talk about free throws. We talk about hitting the threes. I think limiting second chance opportunities is probably the biggest thing, in my opinion, for UConn, and that starts and ends with Terrace Reed. Again, I don't know if he's got to score more than 15. He's got to have one of his biggest nights. Like he did, not 27 rebounds against Furman, but 13, 14 rebounds. That's what it might end up taking that.
And dodge whistles, right? He's got to stay on the floor because if the whistles rack up, UConn doesn't have a whole lot of front court depth, and they will not be competitive if the whistles play a major factor in this game. I'm with you, and I think you bring up a great point about Illinois being a second chance team. I mean, they're generating a second chance on nearly 37% of their possessions here in the month of March. And that is one of their calling cards, has been all season, but it's more than just the front court. Illinois' guards are big. Eden Vogler is 6'6". He's already had a 12-rebound game this NCAA tournament.
Yep.
And Davin Mirkovic, a guy at 6'9", is a wide load, and he's just so savvy in finding those soft spots and those creases and snagging and snatching those boards. Kyla Boswell gets down and dirty. He's had a couple of key offensive rebounds. Hell, Jake Davis with his big bushy hair has gotten his nose dirty and got some second chance opportunities as well. So it is a collective effort by Illinois. They are an elite rebounding team. Reed is going to have to play almost out of his mind. Like I said, I think in order for UConn to be competitive, it's got to be at least a BB plus. But and when you boil it down to everything and you're thinking about it here in real time, it might have to be even greater than that. So dodge the whistles, prevent those second chance opportunities. You check those boxes, UConn will make competitive. If you give that up, Illinois could rout them.
Yeah. Let's talk about the coaches here, because we've got Danny Hurley in his third Final Four now, back-to-back championships in 2023 and 2024. Meanwhile, for Brad Underwood, we read the quote earlier this week, 39 years in the business. This is his first time in the Final Four. A guy that's been around for so long, though, but now all of a sudden coaching in the Final Four for the first time. And Dan Hurley's going to bring his lunacy, his psycho attitude. And he's going to try to work the whistles. He's going to try to become a factor. He's going to try that mental warfare, whether or not he tries to get in the heads of the other coaching staff and the players or not. He's over there. He's lurking. He's going nuts. Brad Underwood is kind of more calm and collected. I mean, everybody is compared to Danny Hurley. So does that get to Brad Underwood, knowing that he's got a guy that at this stage he rarely loses once he gets here? And just in terms of the X's and O's here, do you think you give the coaching advantage to Danny Hurley, or do you think Brad Underwood makes a statement on tomorrow and proves that he's got all the goods here to outcoach Dan Hurley in the Final Four?
Yeah, I mean, I may not be out-coaching Hurley and guaranteeing a victory, but he's going to be competitive in what he does in terms of the buttons that he pushes from a coaching point of view. I think Danny Hurley is the best coach in the Final Four, period. Overall, in college basketball, he may be the best coach, period. In his story, he's exceptional. X's and O's, a phenomenal recruiter. And yes, he may be insane in the membrane, and maybe there's going to be another head hug, as Hurley himself called it, with one of the officials there calling the Final Four. But despite him being an absolute maniac at times, he's just a phenomenal coach. I think Underwood is more reserved. I mean, just a handful of years ago, that fire in the belly, you could see it. I mean, he was screaming and yelling at his players constantly. He's been a cool cat with this team. He kind of sits back and, recalibrates when he needs to, doesn't get overly heated by any stretch of the imagination. I think the big question here, Pat, is does Danny Hurley cross the line? That's what I'm curious about. Will there be a moment in the game where the officials are like, we've had enough of your crap. Bang, you're teed up. I mean, that is very much on the table. So Hurley has got to really protect himself, and he has got to be savvy with how he approaches this and keep his emotions in check. Can he do that in the moment? I'm not so sure. I think Brad Underwood being a little bit more reserved, that's to his advantage. Let Hurley be a madman, and he may get a few freebies out of it.
Well, I'll just push back on that because I think he said it himself. Dan Hurley goes, I've only gotten one technical in the month of March in my in the history of a coach. In March Madness, he's only gotten one technical. Yeah. He's been here before, right? He knows the moment. He knows when he's maybe got to push the buttons a little bit and toe that line. But this guy, this is his third Final Four, is number one for Brad Underwood. So Dan Hurley's going to do what Dan Hurley does. I think the thing for Illinois and for Brad Underwood is to not get flustered by it. And if you're listening to us and you think, come on, you think a coach can really have that impact on a game? He can. Oh, yes, he can. We're not talking about 30, 35-year-old pros, veterans of the NBA. We're talking about kids still. They are getting paid like pros. But we're talking about kids. You got Dan Hurley acting like an absolute lunatic, not even directing it towards you, but just controlling the atmosphere, working the crowd, which he's going to want to do. Can that get under the skin? Does that impact Illinois? I think that's going to be a big question mark. In the early parts of this game. 310-840-4910 is the number. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's going to impact Illinois. So, but continue.
Yeah. 310-840-4910. We shall see. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. When we come back, we're going to do a little fill in the blank on the Final Four games tomorrow. So we're talking Michigan, we're talking Arizona, Illinois, and UConn. Get aboard if you'd like on the phones. You can tweet the show at BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
A running back is a position you take early to get you over the top, not when you're rebuilding. So Tennessee is rebuilding, and maybe they think they could be great this year. They still have needs on the rest of the roster. You can't take a running back. There's no way in the world you can tell me that if you look at the New York Football Giants roster, where the offensive line still isn't good, and outside of Malik Neighbors, none of the wide receivers, we are talking right now with the Giants about Odell Beckham Jr. coming back. John Harbaugh had a face-to-face with Odell Beckham. And I love OBJ. I'm a Giants fan. In his first couple years, he was not literally, because he's not the same person, he was as good as Jerry Rice his first couple years. As good as Jerry Rice the first couple years. That was a long time ago. Odell Beckham Jr. And we're talking about a running back when you could potentially take Carnell Tate or Maui Noah or another offensive lineman or, someone on defense to fix a horrible defense. What if Sonny Styles is there? We're going to skip Sonny Styles? A potential, like all-pro linebacker to take a running back? What? What? And let's say you wanted to make the case that the Washington Commanders, okay, they made the title game a couple years ago, and maybe they are in a position to supercharge and get them over the hump here, and that's why you take the running back. Okay, have you seen the wide receiving group in Washington? It's Terry McLaurin, and then me, Tyler, Kenny, and Bill. Like, are we serious here? Where if you're a Commanders fan, you would rather have Jeremiah Love than Carnell Tate if he's there. You'd rather have Jeremiah Love than Mekhi Lemon if Lemon's there. Or Jordan Tyson if Jordan Tyson's there. Really? Really? Commanders general manager Adam Peters saying this week that they can't believe that they got both Odafe Owe and Caleb on Chason in free agency going to be their starting edge players this year. Like they just signed, like it's like Reggie White and Bruce Smith. The defense was horrible last year. Horrible. They've improved in free agency. I'm not saying they haven't, but we're really going to make it like the Commanders are a running back away from getting over the hump when they need a receiver desperately and absolutely need help on defense.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Busy day in Major League Baseball. We're going to get to a bunch of our takeaways from the early games, a lot of opening days / home openers for a lot of teams. That's coming up in a little bit later. But for now, it's all Final Four. Previewing Illinois, UConn, giving our thoughts, our predictions, our key factors in each game. Let's do a little fill in the blank here for these games tomorrow. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix. Combs, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, boys? It's Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Excited for the
Let's
weekend.
party.
I learned today that Brad has a show tomorrow. I didn't know
Yes,
that. He
I
asked
do.
me. He's like, just so you know, Combs, I'll be doing the show from home tomorrow. I was like, just so you know, Brad, we don't have a show tomorrow.
Yeah,
And
totally
he was
forgot
like,
it's
yeah,
Friday.
I do that.
So
All
who's
right,
the
boys,
crew?
let's do it.
Who's the production crew you and Costos have tomorrow? Is it his normal guys, Tyler Morales and those guys?
Yeah, I believe Tyler's on it. Honestly, I have no clue. I'm just hoping to get home in time, put my face in front of the mic and talk for 2 hours and somehow survive.
Maybe don't go out with Doster then. That'd be a good way to do that.
That ain't happening tonight, guys.
Let's do some fill in the blank, boys. Final Four style. Keaton Wagler, however you want to pronounce it. We'll finish.
Yes.
We'll finish with blank points against UConn. Brad?
Well, all right. Again, UConn is 116 effective field goal percentage defense in games played here in the month of March. Vogler was just bananas in last game with 25 points. The arc stroke was back. Again, selfishly, I hope that version of Keith Vogler shows up. If it does, and he's making those like Steph Curry like splashes from along the perimeter, it could be a big, big day for him. The drill drive action. He's had a lot of slow first halves in this NCAA tournament, and he just flips a switch and shifts into high gear after halftime. So put me on the record for 21 blackjack points for the sensational Keaton Vogler.
I'm going to go a little bit less than that. I'm actually go a little bit under his season average of 18 points because he was at that or under in the first 3 rounds. UPenn, he didn't really need to score much. He only played 31 minutes in the destruction against the Ivy League team. VCU only scored 14. He didn't take that many shots. He only took 10 field goal attempts and only had 4 free throw attempts. Houston, it was a defensive rock fight. He really struggled in the first half in that game, still finished with 13 points. And then last game against Iowa, he erupted for 25, where he took 17 shots, his most of the tournament, and hit all 7 free throws. Again, a lot of this is going to depend on the whistle, how physical the refs allow each defense to be. And I'm going to say they'll lean on letting the boys play tomorrow. So if that's the case, if Keaton Vogler has just got to, hit his 2s and get his 3s, he's averaging 2.5 threes made per game here. So I'll say he probably gets 2 threes. And I just think it's going to be a bit of a slower paced game where defense is probably the victor. So I'll go under his season average. I'll say he finishes with 16 points.
Wow. I'm gonna go with 23. Look, Brad, I know I've been against your Illini this entire tournament. I've picked against him this entire tournament. I just have a feeling about the orange and blue this weekend. That might scare you a little bit.
Oh, no.
I think
really?
I think Keaton Vogler is going to go off for about 23, 24 points. I think he's going to have a big game. I think the Illini beat UConn. But that being said, it leads us to our next question. The key for UConn is blank. Pat?
I mentioned it before, limiting second chance opportunities. The way that Illinois feasted on the boards against Houston was surprising to me. I was surprised that they dominated that game. So UConn has got to control the glass here. And you look at their game with Duke, you look at the rebounding department, they lost the rebound battle, but they didn't allow Duke to grab a lot of offensive rebounds. Only 10 of the 34 rebounds for Duke were on the offensive side. They didn't give up a ton of second chance points. They have to, that's the mission. Gotta limit the second chance opportunities against Illinois. It's going to be tough to stop that offense once a possession, let alone 2 or 3 times. Limiting the second chance points for UConn is paramount.
I think that is definitely at the top of the list there for Danny Hurley's club. Second on mine would be they got to sink equalizers. Again, I told you, against Duke, they started that game 1 of 18 from 3. They didn't really come alive in terms of their great and storied comeback until they started hitting some of those triples. They had 4 of the last 5, including that Mullins logo 3. They have got to come out of the gate hot from distance. They're only shooting 27.5% from way downtown here in the month of March. So I think the 3 ball, the almighty 3, absolutely critical for UConn. They can't go out there and shoot below 30%. I think ideally it's got to be greater than at least 34, 35% for them to compete and possibly win.
Combs, let's hit the last one here in like 30 seconds.
All right. Michigan will have to blank to beat Arizona.
One. The last one you have on the list.
Oh. Well, if the Illini are playing the championship game on Monday, I would blank, Brad.
I would take the day off because I will be in attendance. Period, end of story.
Yeah, so I would probably be doing 5 hours by myself, which is honestly, it's fine. And Brad, enjoy that freaking game, brother, because history will be on the line. All right, when we come back, We'll turn the tide to the late game. Juggernauts going at it. Michigan, Arizona. The keys to that one when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
like what unlocks the Celtics and the reason that they won a title 2 years ago was his defensive versatility. We are old enough. We remember the death lineup for the Warriors, right? The Warriors were able to craft a lineup that was singularly outstanding defensively and impossible to defend. And the reason that they were so good defensively is because Draymond Green was able to play the big on the other side of the court well. He was able to defend that player well. And that meant that you could have a piece on the floor, a chess piece on the floor that was able to take away the opposing big and could also pass phenomenally and could also make a three, right? And what I see with Tatum and the Celtics right now is literally he is fulfilling the Draymond Green role for a death lineup where you have spacing and shooters everywhere. And he can defend the opposing big. That is impossibly valuable in today's NBA. And Draymond Green, for everything you want to praise him, he's not Tatum. Certainly not offensively. He can't get his own bucket, and he is not as good of a shooter. So he never was as good of a shooter as Tatum is, in my opinion. So if Tatum has unlocked the ability to pass in the way that Draymond does, and he can do the things defensively that Draymond was doing, specifically being the counterpiece to the opposing big, like. I just see a ceiling for this Celtics team that's just not even remotely reflected in the odds board right now.
Well, I think for, Illinois, their defense has improved so much from seeing them in February where it's like, God, these guys just, they cannot get consistent stops, to then seeing them in Houston. And granted, Houston's not the greatest offensive team. They're not a juggernaut. Iowa certainly isn't either, but they were giving them real problems. And their positional size is a problem for offenses to play against. But UConn is a different beast. And I'm really intrigued to see if that defensive improvement sticks, because Connecticut is going to run guys off screens and cut and slip, and they're a different animal. And I'm really curious to see if Illinois' improvement is the real deal, or if it's a little bit of just the fact that they were playing two offenses that could bog down. And, with UConn, you've got the Danny Hurley effect where they're running great stuff and they just find ways to win games. But I could not have been more impressed with Illinois in Houston. I thought offensively they handled everything that Houston threw at them. The pressure, the reads. Keaton Wagler was composed, under control. And honestly, for this game, the rebounding is so important because Illinois truly looks to destroy you on the offensive glass. And they're looking for kick-out threes. The three-point line looms large, and I think UConn, they're going to need some of the guys that haven't shot the ball well, the solo balls, the Braylon Mullins. Those guys have got to shoot it better. But rebounding, to me, is where it's going to come down to, because Illinois can just overwhelm you with their size and second chances.
Games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show on any of the topics we got into in the first hour. Tommy Lloyd staying at Arizona, getting a brand new 5-year deal. Who's going to be the next head coach at North Carolina? Billy Donovan's name at the top of that rumored list. Dusty May, they might make a big move for him, current coach at Michigan, and the Michigan AD saying they're going to do whatever it takes to make sure he remains there. Also, Mark Byington at Vanderbilt picking up steam as well. So who the heck is going to be the next head coach at North Carolina? And then any of your thoughts and predictions on the Final Four games tomorrow. Illinois versus UConn and Michigan versus Arizona. Quick side note as well, the women's Final Four kicks off tonight. All 4 1 seeds, juggernauts. That's actually in a matter of moments. Dawn Staley in South Carolina at 35-3 against Gino Auriemma's undefeated UConn Huskies at 38-0. And then another pair of 1 seeds, Texas and UCLA, and that is in Phoenix tonight. So we'll keep you posted on the women's Final Four because it is going down in just a matter of moments. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, Brad, so we broke down Illinois and UConn. Let's get to what I've been saying all week. No disrespect to your ILL, no disrespect to UConn. Is my opinion. It's the de facto national title game. Number 1 seed Michigan, 1 seed Arizona, a combined record of 71-5. Michigan, the slightest of favorites. It's basically a pick 'em here. The Wolverines largely untested in this tournament. Honestly, the team that gave them the biggest test was Alabama for 1/2. They won that by 13. That was their smallest margin of victory. Arizona got tested by Purdue in the last game and still ended up winning by 15. Their smallest margin of victory was 12 against Utah State. So these teams have just flexed their muscles all the way here. And so I guess before we get into the X's and O's here, is this one of the best look forward to games in recent memory in the Final Four? Because I honestly can't think of many that would top this one.
I would say this may be an all-timer. It's way up there. I mean, you got 2 just colossal teams, and they are phenomenal. And I agree with you. It is more or less a de facto national title game, which could possibly lead to a letdown in the national title game, whether against Illinois or UConn. So, keep that in mind. But, yeah, Arizona's been, I feel, the best team in college basketball all season long. I think they have the best starting 5 in college basketball, and they're getting key bench contributions as well. Awaka was in the starting lineup to begin the season. He's now coming off the bench. That dude is a wide load who just gets another rebounds and bruises dudes in the interior defensively. Delorso is a sharpshooter from the outside, though Arizona's collective. They don't really shoot a lot of threes, but still just a well-constructed team that Tommy Lloyd's got, and one that may be more or less, quote-unquote, in the driver's seat, if you will, of winning a national title. Now, they're not, peeling out and speeding away, which would be appropriate. We're in Indy, after all, against Michigan, because Michigan is an outstandingly coached team by Dusty May. They have one of the best starting 5s in college basketball as well. They have sheer size that can match up with Arizona's sheer size. Again, a lot of meat in the middle. There's a lot of meaty men on both of these rosters, and they're going to be bludgeoning each other in the interior. And they've got excellent guard play as well. L.A. Cadeau's played really well. So, and you got Yaxel as a guy whose NBA draft stock is skyrocketing right now. The Yaxel Linneborg. The key, I think, Pat, honestly, is Elliot Cadeau. We had that allergic reaction. It made the rounds of social media on April Fool's Day, and people were like, oh, April Fool's. No, he actually had one. He was on a gurney, a really scary moment. Is that going to impact him in some way? Is he not going to have the stamina he normally does? That's a $64,000 question in my mind. And I also think, too, this may be the first game that Michigan truly misses LJ Kaysen, their backup point guard who tore his ACL late in the Big Ten season against Illinois and Champaign. Will that be a wart on this roster that throbs? And it could be. So, those are the big questions in my mind. But, yeah, this one, to me, may be like a triple overtime thriller. First to 90, 95 wins. Buckle up, folks. If you like sensational basketball, this is must CTV.
Yeah, here's just some of the numbers to tell you how dominant these teams have been. And again, any predictions you have on this Michigan-Arizona game, anything you're looking forward to watching, any key matchups, 310-840-4910. So their combined average margin of victory going into this game, Michigan has averaged a victory of almost 23 points per game. And Arizona's average margin of victory is almost 21 points per game. You put that together, a combined average win margin of 43 points per game between these two. That is the most evenly matched, dominant pairing in terms of win margin of any Final Four game since 1975. Here's another one for you. Michigan, number 1 in the nation in adjusted defensive efficiency. Arizona, number 3. That is the best combined defensive pairing of any Final Four game in the Ken Pom era. And then one more for you here. The combined adjusted efficiency margin, which is basically, I know you know this, Brad, I'm just saying for the listener, the difference between a team's offensive and defensive efficiency combined, it's over 75. That is the highest of any Final Four matchup in the Ken Pom era, which just barely beats Duke and Houston from last year. So yeah, needless to say, this is like Marvel superheroes going against one another. You said that yesterday. Godzilla versus King Kong. Like these are titans going against one another, and I can't wait to freaking watch it go down late tomorrow night. I'm glad it's the second game, by the way, because you get Illinois UConn as the appetizer, and then it's like hopefully that game delivers, and then all right, clear everybody out, get the Michigan, get the Arizona fans in here, and let's go to freaking war to end Saturday night. So I think the first thing that we have here on our list of topics for this game, how does Arizona score on Michigan's elite interior defense? I mentioned the defensive efficiency for Michigan. Arizona is a team that doesn't rely on the threes. They don't shoot a ton of threes, so they do most of their scoring inside. That's where Michigan's strength lies. So it's strength on strength here. Who do you give the edge to in that department?
Yeah, I think it's really going to be close. I honestly believe that Arizona will rely on the three a little bit more than they're accustomed to. I mean, they're only shooting like 32.6% of their shots from way downtown here in the month of March, but they're netting over 40% on those shots. I think Braden Burries is a guy that's going to have a monster game. He's going to have to if they're going to survive and advance the national title. And he's a guy that's really elevated his stroke, I feel, down the home stretch and carrying over the postseason. He's been money in the bank, hitting 2, 3, maybe 4 threes, per game. And he may need more on the heavy end of that, 3, 4, or 5 made threes in this game if Arizona is going to play another game, and that being for the whole shebang. I think ultimately the whistle may dictate who is going to have control of the interior. Does Mara get in foul trouble? Does Owaka possibly get in foul trouble, or Krivas, or somebody else? Honestly, Pat, the biggest matchup in this game, and I may be jumping the gun here on future questions, but I'm just going to lay this out right now. It's Ivan Karchinkov and how he performs defensively against Yaxel Lenneborg. If he can somewhat mitigate Yaxel's action, whether getting second chances to distribution or scoring the rock, that could be a difference maker in this one. Karchinkov, you could argue, is not only the best defensive player on Arizona's roster, he's one of the truly elite defensive players in all of college basketball. He's got size, he's got wingspan, he's got the athleticism, then keep up with the Axels. So that, to me, is the numero uno matchup in this game, which could ultimately determine who wins and who plays on Monday.
Do you think, I wrote this up for our Beat the Books promo, and I like Arizona. I picked them to win before the tournament began. I had this as my Final Four, Michigan, Arizona, and I think I gave the slight edge to Arizona because here's something that I think of when I think of the game. No disrespect to Michigan's, the other guys in this starting lineup, like Morez Johnson, and you mentioned Ade Mara. I think this is the first game they're going to miss LJ Kaysen, their sixth man off the bench.
Right.
With the torn ACL. And so, again, though, like with Michigan, if we're expecting somebody to have a big game, it's Yaxel Lendeborg, right? Like that's who we're expecting to show out and put the team on his back. For Arizona, I don't think of one player above the rest, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's a strength for Arizona. I think they've got 4 or 5 or 6 different guys that could lead the way with 18, 20 points. They've got their entire starting lineup can end up scoring in double figures. And I think that's a strength of theirs that they don't have to, all right, hey, we need a bucket here. Who are we going to? Well, we got 3 or 4 options. We can go to Braden Berry, so an assassin from 3. We can go to Jaden Bradley, the Big 12 player of the year. We can go to Monty Krivas down low and have him get us a bucket. We got Anthony Del Orso coming off the bench that can score. Karchenkov is tremendous in transition. For Michigan, I really have some doubts in terms of who do you, like, you need a bucket. I really have some doubts about outside of Axel Lendeborg, who is consistently getting some big-time buckets for them. Do you think I'm right in that, or do you disagree in that I'm not giving enough credit to some of the other primary or secondary scorers for the Wolverines?
No, they're going to have somebody play out of their minds. Maybe it's like Jeter coming off the bench, or one of those other guys you're not really thinking of on that roster that could sink some key shots for the Michigan Wolverines. I just, I look at the team construct and what, Tommy Lloyd is trotting out with his Arizona team. There are no weaknesses anywhere, and they have adequate bench depth on top of it. So, when you rotate some of those guys in to give, a couple of your starters a blow, you're not going to skip a beat. You're not going to have a misstep at all. They are just outstanding everywhere. And I'm glad you brought up Jaden Bradley, because if this game is indeed nip and tuck, and I think it probably will be, I don't think Arizona's going to go out and trounce anybody's freshman imagination or flip the script, Michigan doing the same. I think this game was going to come down to a possession or two. And the one stone cold killer that is going to be on the court, it's not Yaxel, it's Jaden Bradley. And we've seen it before in the Big 12 Conference Championship game against Iowa State, right? And that, the cold-blooded moment with a baseline jump shot and hitting it. He's had a lot of big shots and clutch moments. And a lot of people say, oh, the clutch gene, it doesn't exist. It does with that cat. He is a definition of it. And he is going to want the ball in his hands in a very ultra-tight affair. And that dude just simply delivers on the big stage in those mammoth moments. And I think he'll do the same if it is indeed a very tight affair tomorrow, right here in Indianapolis.
How about this, by the way? We've talked about, Brad, for your Illini and for Michigan, the Big Ten drought. No national champion in 25, 26 years now since Izzo and the Spartans won it. Well, Arizona's trying to break a drought as well. No team west of Texas has won the national championship since 1997. Nobody on the West Coast. Nobody west of the Lone Star State. So, we talk about two teams here that are trying to, and again, Michigan would have to win it all, or Michigan, Illinois, that guarantees a Big Ten champion. But Arizona, like, there's some history there, whether we think it matters or not to the players, who knows? But like, nobody on the West Coast, nobody west of Texas has won a national title in nearly 30 years. So you got two teams here that are trying to get to the last game to break some lengthy droughts here. And, I wonder, when we all think about, Final Four, nerves are going to be at an all-time high. Maybe we see some shaky shooting in the first half here. Like, who feels more pressure in the first half? Is it neither team? Two teams trying to break some lengthy droughts, two teams basically same record, same 1 seed, same amount of dominance here. If there is a team that maybe feels more of the nerves in the first half, you look at the average ages on each of these two teams here. I don't know, Brad. Am I reaching here, or is it fair to say that maybe Michigan feels a little bit more of the pressure in the first half?
With a tight sphincter, to say the least. I will say that much. I've seen that with this Michigan team. I look at the Northwestern game earlier this season at Welsh Ryan. I wasn't like a mammoth or monster contest, but they stumbled out of the gate, and they didn't really wake up until the last 10 minutes of the game. They ended up winning that sucker by double figures. But Northwestern, for 3/4 of the action, they were either in the lead, tied, or within like a single possession. And Michigan has played similar games like that, where they played a little bit too close to the vest, and then they had to shift into a high gear and pull away late. You're not going to have that luxury against Arizona. So they're going to have to match bucket for bucket early on. And let's say Arizona hypothetically, levies a kill shot, goes on a 10-0 run. 15-0 run, 20-0 run, whatever it may be in the first half. Michigan may not be able to recuperate, may not be able to recover. They may not be able to dig out of that hole in this game. So, yeah, I think the pressure is more so on Michigan to show up and show out in the first half of this game than Arizona, because Michigan has been in unwanted positions before this season. They've crawled out of them. They won't be able to do that against the incredible starting five of the Wildcats.
Yeah, just to maybe play devil's advocate here, and this is something we mentioned briefly yesterday. If Michigan goes up by double digits early, Arizona's not a team, like, they don't struggle to shoot the three. They just don't shoot a lot of threes. So if all of a sudden, 10 points in the first half is not a lot. 10 points with like 12 minutes left. Does Arizona say, damn, we got to start forcing, we got to start jacking up some triples here. We got to start forcing some threes. Could that effectively put this game out of reach? We had Mike LaTulip on yesterday. He joined us for an hour, from the field of 68, former Illinois guard, calls college basketball games for CBS Sports. And he thinks that this game has honestly the potential for a blowout, either one way or another, more so than Illinois UConn. And so if it's Michigan that gets up early, does Arizona, do they panic? Do they start shooting threes, which, again, it's not like a weakness, but it's definitely not their strong suit. That's another thing I got in the back of my mind here. If Michigan goes up early, is Arizona in trouble?
Well, here's the thing. Arizona's going to continue to play their game. Tommy Lloyd is not all of a sudden going to abandon ship and be like, all right, guys, we got to go out there and start jacking threes like nobody's business. Yeah, they're not in the business of jacking threes. I already mentioned it. 32.6% of their shots this month have come from distance. Now, they're shooting over 40% as a collective. They can shoot the three effectively, but they're going to do it in their own way, in their own style. The other key here is this, Pat, and why I think Tommy Lloyd's going to stick to the game plan is that they get to the free throw line and inflict pain there. Yep. So there could be a lot of and one situations, whether driving to the cup, whether, feeding their bigs in the post and drawing those hacks. They'll beat you at the charity stripe. They're one of the best free throw shooting teams in the country. They accumulate over a third of their points along the free throw line. So that's another reason why I don't think Tommy Lloyd is going to freak out in a moment if they are dealing with a 10, 12, 15-point deficit. He's going to stick to the game and slowly will it down and chip away. LaTulip, I love you, but you're smoking rope.
Smoking rope? Did you say smoking dope or smoking rope?
Rope. It could be dope. It could be rope. I don't know. I'll leave it to your interpretation.
Yeah, I've never heard that. Smoking rope. I like that. There's times I've said to my friends, "You're smoking dope." If I think they say something outrageous, smoking. I don't have to start using that. Smoking rope. I like that.
Yeah,
I like that a lot. And honestly, you mentioned it. Big, meaty, girthy men. We joked about it. We've got it as a drop now.
Sweaty.
Mati Krivas and Ade Mara, Axel Lendeborg and Karchenkov. I cannot wait to watch the wrestling matches, the pushing and the shoving, just the bear wrestling that's going to go down in the paint. Like, I know it's easy when you're watching a college basketball game to follow the ball and the ball handler, but if you're listening or watching at home, just look inside the paint, even when the action's not there, because it is going to be chaos. And again, I hope for both games the refs let the boys play, because that game is going to be physical. These are two teams that can run, but at their best, they're two teams that are good, great defensively, great rebounding, and there's going to be a war going on in the paint. I can't wait to watch it unfold.
Yeah, cue the Olivia Newton-John in the background. Let's get physical. I think that's exactly how it's going to play out. And I just butchered a classic, and I'm sorry, America. But yeah, man, I just hope and I pray that the referees do not hijack this game. Because you get those moments, and sometimes the refs, big stage for them as well, and they do get whistle happy, and then the game just gets hijacked, and it's played at the charity stripe, and they have stoppages consistently. They got to let them bang a little bit down low. They got to go a little rough. It's all right if the game is played that way, because that's exactly what both these teams want to institute from the jump, from the start. So yeah, man. Again, I think Arizona is a more physical team. If I had to make a choice on that front between the two squads, but I just pray again that the referees do not take this sucker over and make it all about them, which happens way too often in college basketball.
Yep, you're damn right. All right, let's take a short break here. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. When we come back, Brad had a chance to sit down and chat with Illinois assistant coach Kevin Kruger. So we're going to play that interview, and then we'll unpack it. We'll take any of your calls and any of your questions on the Final Four this weekend at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I mean, you're down by 32. Like, he tweaked his hamstring already. Why is he in the game? Like, why is he in the game? Is that a fair question to ask? And I know sports fans are really sensitive, and Lakers fans will say, well, they cleared him. Why can't he go? Why can't they put him back in there? Grow up. The game was over. He has hurt his hamstring in February and then tweaked it in the first half. If it were me, and I understand I'm not coaching the team, I would have gotten him out of the game. But that's not what happened. So what happens is he leaves, and the Lakers get blown the F out. And now, we have to project a scenario because we don't know the results of the MRI. And obviously they're on the West Coast, so we may not know by the time this show goes off the air at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We may not know. Certainly within the realm of possibility that we don't know. So I'm going to project this, right? I would say it's very unlikely that Luka plays another regular season game. Possible, of course. He could miss no time. I have no idea. But given the facts that I've laid out, like February and then tweaked it earlier, we know how hamstrings are. My sense is we don't see Luka again until the playoffs. He going to be healthy for the playoffs? For the first round? You sure about that? I'm not saying he won't be. But again, consider the facts. I think it's fair to at least call it into question. Right? And I think and hope that this would be a pretty obvious opinion that I'm about to give. I hope so. I hope that even Lakers fans with the purple and gold tinted glasses are not so delusional to think that they could win a first-round playoff series without Luka Doncic. Now, I will acknowledge it would kind of be fun to watch LeBron at 41 try and be like Sylvester Stallone in The Expendables. Just here's the aging action star trying to do it all himself, or with the, and I know he has a team around him, but the aging action star trying to make it happen. It would be fun to watch LeBron and Reeves try and do that. But come on. They're I don't think the Rockets, they're beating the Rockets without Luka. The T-Wolves without Luka. The Nuggets without Luka. Let's be serious. Let's be serious. So I don't think the Lakers are doing anything anyway, even with a healthy Luka. They could win one series, then they lose into the Spurs. And if they somehow manage to beat the Spurs, if Wemby gets hurt, they going to get waxed by the Thunder. But they're not even going to win one round if Luka misses postseason time. Did you guys know, as you type in the chat, that everyone gets a ceremonial watch? I did not know that. So I actually looked this up. What are the watches that you get if you make the Final Four? You get a Final Four branded Timex watch. Okay. Now, if you told me that you get to the Final Four and you get a Rolex, Patek Philippe, an Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks, right? Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks. A Richard Mille. Man, I'll lose in the national semifinal. Give me one of those watches. A Timex? What, was Casio not available? Like NCAA, like in the NIL era, we can't do better than this? Just, no disrespect to Timex, but just saying.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight.
Up in here.
There it is. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. You know what this time of year means for college hoops. Lock in for every game and make your March moment when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any March matchups bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. How it works. Number one, your March matchups odd boost token has already been dropped into your BetMGM account. No opt-in necessary. Number two, add a March matchups bet up to the specified maximum stake to your bet slip. Then activate the token. And if you win your bet with the token activated, you'll score extra winnings. All right, let's hear from Illinois assistant coach Kevin Kruger, who lived in Champaign, was an assistant under his dad, Lon Kruger, in the late 90s for the Illini. Brad, my co-host, who's live at Radio Row at the Final Four in Indianapolis, had a chance to catch up with Kevin Kruger, the Illinois assistant basketball coach, and here's how that interview went.
Brad Evans here on Radio Row at the Final Four in Indianapolis, talking to Kevin Kruger, assistant head coach at the University of Illinois and ILL. Amigo, how you doing?
I, brother.
All right. What a year. Just stunning season for the University of Illinois. First time in the Final Four in 21 years. Second time in the Final Four in 36 years. You're head coach at UNLV last year. How did you wind up with the current gig at the U of I? Might be a connection in the family?
Yeah. So after, last year at UNLV, we kind of had some options. And, when you're in that situation and you get let go, your confidence is shook pretty good.
Yeah.
And so I honestly didn't really know what we were going to do. If a perfect opportunity came up, we would have probably wanted to do that. But we were probably leaning more towards taking the year. Spending more time with my family. My parents both live out there, so just kind of taking the year, traveling around, watching basketball, but being around them. And then, this opportunity came up from Brad, and it was about a 2-minute talk with my wife, who's from Champaign, Illinois, a graduate.
No kidding!
Graduate of Centennial High School.
Oh my! So am I. How about that?
Yeah, I did, and my sister is a graduate from there as well. I did not graduate there, but I did start there.
Wow.
And, we talked about coming back to Champaign, kind of getting away from Vegas but, being able to stay in the game, stay in the coaching, and of course, be a part of a program that, growing up everywhere we lived and everything we did, while we were at a lot of great places, Illinois is just a little different, just in the history, the tradition, sold out arena every single night. The love for U of I and U of I basketball in Champaign, I think, is second to none in terms of where I remember growing up. So it was a no-brainer for us.
Yeah, and the trips to Custer Cup as well there on Kirby Avenue. Outstanding stuff.
Every time after the football games this Saturday, my wife and I would hit Jarlings on the way home.
Oh, yeah, I'm a season ticket holder. I did the same thing. So, yeah, again, you and I, thinking the same way, which I'd really appreciate. All right, let's talk about this team. Because it is a unique blend of human beings, to say the least, with all the guys from Serbia and Eastern Europe, and of course you got Colin Boswell there, Keaton Wagler, the breakout sensation, and how everybody's talking about, he was outside the top 200 recruits. Talk about how this team has galvanized, and specifically, how different is this team from the last time they played UConn?
To go in reverse order, I think we're pretty much a brand new team. And I think, of course, UConn would say that they do a lot of things different or better than they did in November as well, which was, I think, kind of makes this matchup a little bit unique because we feel that we're different. They feel they're a little different. So there are some things you can transfer over, but at the same time, you kind of have to watch them from a lens like you haven't played them before. In that game, I think Keaton played 16 minutes. Andre was just coming back. I think it was his third game back, and he had missed the entire fall. So we were still kind of learning ourselves a little bit. And UConn was, in go mode from the start. They hit the ground running, and as they do and as they have done. Not that was unexpected at all, but we definitely feel that we are a different team now than we were in November. But under no circumstances does that mean we have any less respect or admiration for what UConn has done and what they're able to do. So we know the challenge ahead, but I think it will give our guys a little bit of a more hope and confidence, feeling better now than we did in November.
Yeah, erasing a 19-point deficit in just spectacular fashion. Of course, Mullins with that logo 3, and Billy Raftery. I think his soul left his body for a minute as we
froze.
All-time moment in reaction in that situation, and then of course everybody talking about the head hug. As Danny Hurley called it.
Yeah, it was unique.
It was definitely unique, but he's got a relationship with Roger Ayers. So, I'm glad that Ayers didn't team up in that situation.
Oh, no, Roger's one of the best in the business. He knows that. I mean, the emotions at that current time. I mean, and of course, Coach Hurley's he's must-see TV. So it definitely kind of went hand in hand.
It no doubt did. Talk about David Mirkovic.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, what I want to know is the origin of the water gun celebration. Who came up with that? And did anybody see Merck coming from like the top rope? He was on top of the locker wearing the cowboy hat. That was outstanding.
Yeah, the water gun celebration is far before I got here. So I don't know who or when they started that. I know I've seen pictures from years past. But yeah, I know nobody expected 250-pound David to get up there and, on the top of the lockers, but in his cowboy hat and getting people with the water gun from up there. But it's one of those things that Coach Underwood, I think, is as good as it gets, because when you're on the practice floor, when you're in the film room, he's extremely intense. There's a competitiveness to him that I think he helps instill in the guys, that everything in life is competitive. Every segment is competitive, and every film session is competitive about getting better, and that's who he is as a person. However, when you take the competitive elements away in terms of you get off the practice court, or if you get it after a big win, I mean, you're not going to find a nicer, more caring person in our sport. And I think that's why the water gun celebrations are so much fun, because or whatever it may be, because the guys know he loves them. They know that all he wants for them is to have a great experience, to win games and compete. And he shows a little bit of his fun side with the celebrations, and he's just an unbelievable person in both aspects, and how he's able to kind of blend those together.
And I love the ambush in the last water gun fight. That was outstanding. All right,
it came from the back. Yeah.
That was. I mean, everybody had no clue
from the front door.
Yeah, I know. Their backs were turned, and all of a sudden, they got blasted with the water. All right, last question. We'll get you out of here. Arizona, Michigan. Mm-hmm. A lot of people think this is kind of a de facto, if you will, national title game. Yada yada yada. You've seen Michigan. They beat Illinois by 14 inside the State Farm Center. Arizona may have the best starting 5 in the college game. Scout this one for me. Is it going to be a triple overtime thriller? Because I got a gut feeling it's going to be.
It very well could be. I think both teams, elite size, elite playmaking ability, elite IQ. I obviously haven't seen Arizona in person, but I think just on paper, seeing the games I have seen, and one of my best friends in the world, a guy who's in my wedding, is on staff at Arizona. So we've talked throughout the year. But I think there are a lot of similarities, and if it was a triple overtime game, I wouldn't be surprised at all, because they both, of course, they shoot it well. Arizona doesn't take as many threes as Michigan, but they both have the ability to just completely turn your water off defensively, and then at the same time go on unbelievably efficient runs and kind of and separate themselves. And And so I'm very intrigued to watch that part of the game. Is one team able to kind of create a little bit more separation versus the other, because they both can go in such unbelievably great stretches guarding the ball, but then also throwing it in. And just like we saw Michigan do in the first couple rounds and in a couple games in the tournament, just seeing who can go on that one run that's going to kind of make the difference, because that's what I think it'll come down to. Whoever can go on just a little bit bigger of a run will probably have the advantage. But I think they could play for a 100-minute game, and it would be an incredibly tight score.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm thinking like 105 to 103. No doubt about it. Kevin Kruger, it's been a pleasure, my man. Again, Centennial Bros.
Yeah.
Go Chargers. I had no idea that you married a Centennial Charger. True story, I married a Champaign Central Maroon.
Well, I hope you're happy.
The great Kevin Kruger. You're listening to Westwood One Sports.
And there you have it. So that was Brad, who is live on Radio Row at the Final Four in Indianapolis, talking with Illinois assistant head coach Kevin Kruger. Brad, what was the most fun part of that interview for you? Which of his answers did you like the most, other than the fact that you guys went to the same high school?
We did, and true story, folks. I had a mobile DJ business back in the day called Grooves on the Move, and I DJ'd a homecoming dance at Centennial High School in Champaign. A 17-year-old Kevin Kruger came up and requested a song. I remember that because he looks just like his dad, Lon. I don't remember what song it was, but yeah, we were talking off camera about that moment. It was hilarious. So I've known him since literally he's a kid. He was a guy with all kinds of head coaching experience at UNLV, and he's having the time of his life as an assistant head coach there in Champaign. I loved his breakdowns. I love the water gun descriptions, and David Mirkovic, top of the lockers, wearing the cowboy hat, having a ton of fun, and he's having the time of his life. He really is. I saw him today at practice, and guys just beaming, and a big bright grin from ear to ear. It's just an infectious team with the personalities they have, and again, there were over 17,000, Pat. 17,000 Illinois fans for a practice at Lucas Oil today. It was bananas.
That is absurd. That's most arenas in the country. That's most power conference arenas in the country, and that's how many Illinois fans packed a practice today ahead of the game tomorrow. All right, fun stuff. Thanks to Kevin Kruger for joining Brad earlier today. That was their interview. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on South Carolina and UConn. The women's Final Four is underway, so we'll keep you posted on those games throughout the show tonight. And Brad met Ian Eagle and Billy Raftery today, and they had some really cool stuff to say about the show. So some more about the vibes and some other college basketball royalty that Brad was talking to at Radio Row. When we return, we're all about getting you set for the Final Four tomorrow. Any of your phone calls, we'll take them when we get back. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
A running back is a position you take early to get you over the top, not when you're rebuilding. Not when you're rebuilding. So Tennessee is rebuilding, and maybe they think they could be great this year. They still have needs on the rest of the roster. You can't take a running back. There's no way in the world you can tell me that if you look at the New York Football Giants roster, where the offensive line still isn't good, and outside of Malik Neighbors, none of the wide receivers, we are talking right now with the Giants about Odell Beckham Jr. coming back. John Harbaugh had a face-to-face with Odell Beckham. And I love OBJ. I'm a Giants fan. In his first couple years, he was not literally, because he's not the same person, he was as good as Jerry Rice his first couple years. As good as Jerry Rice the first couple years. That was a long time ago. Odell Beckham Jr. And we're talking about a running back when you could potentially take Carnell Tate or Maui Noah or another offensive lineman or, someone on defense to fix a horrible defense. What if Sonny Styles is there? We're going to skip Sonny Styles? A potential all-pro linebacker to take a running back? What? And let's say you wanted to make the case that the Washington Commanders, okay, they made the title game a couple years ago, and maybe they are in a position to supercharge and get them over the hump here, and that's why you take the running back. Okay, have you seen the wide receiving group in Washington? It's Terry McLaurin, and then me, Tyler, Kenny, and Bill. Are we serious here? Where if you're a Commanders fan, you would rather have Jeremiah Love than Carnell Tate if he's there. You'd rather have Jeremiah Love than Mekhi Lemon if Lemon's there. Or Jordan Tyson if Jordan Tyson's there. Really? Really? Commanders general manager Adam Peters saying this week that they can't believe that they got both Odafe Owe and Caleb on Chason in free agency going to be their starting edge players this year. Like they just signed, like it's like Reggie White and Bruce Smith. The defense was horrible last year. Horrible. They've improved in free agency. I'm not saying they haven't, but we're really going to make it like the Commanders are a running back away from getting over the hump when they need a receiver desperately and absolutely need help on defense.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. It's almost here. Cavender Twins are facing off this weekend in the Court of Legends game, and you can enter our Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. How to get this offer from our friends at BetMGM in 3 easy steps. Number 1, opt into the Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game. Number 2, select which Cavender twin, Haley or Hannah, you think will win the Court of Legends one-on-one basketball game hosted at the Bank at Bellagio in Las Vegas, Nevada. Number 3, if the twin you select wins the game, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. All right, speaking of the Cavender twins, let's get you an update here from the women's Final Four in Phoenix going on right now. All 4 1 seeds have made the Final Four. We have a couple. We have juggernauts in the men's Final Four tomorrow. Arizona, Michigan. Illinois, UConn ain't too freaking shabby themselves. But Dawn Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks at 35-3 against Gino Auriemma and the UConn Huskies undefeated 38-0. Now that undefeated record on the line, and it's early, but at least in a bit of jeopardy for now. Defensive game, to say the least. Under 4 minutes to go in the first half, a.k.a. the second quarter, because, the women, they play the 4 quarters. South Carolina leading UConn 23-20. 3 Gamecock starters, each with 6 points. Joyce Edwards, Tessa Johnson, and Tania Latson all have 6 points for South Carolina. Meanwhile, for UConn, Sarah Strong has 8 points, and Ashlyn Shade has 6 points. So keeping you updated on the women's Final Four throughout the night. You got UCLA and Texas coming up after that one. So it'll be exciting to see who comes out the victor in that one. 2 legendary programs, 2 legendary head coaches. UConn, another undefeated season, potentially in order. South Carolina doing their best to ruin that tonight. Brad is at Radio Row live in Indianapolis for the Final Four, the men's Final Four this weekend. And Brad, just, we asked you a little bit about the vibes yesterday. You said it was kind of almost felt like the calm before the storm. Today, much different story. College basketball royalty littered throughout, including the gentleman who will be on the call this weekend and the GOAT who we talked to earlier this week, Ian Eagle. You had a chance to meet Ian in person along with Billy Raftery. How did that conversation go?
Oh, it was amazing. So I attended the Illinois practice today, and today it was open to the public. So all teams went back to back in practices, and Illinois was the first out of the gate. And again, over 17,000 orange and blue dotted the stands, which is just bananas. I walked in, the energy level, it felt like a game at State Farm Center. It really did. It was rowdy, it was raucous, and music was blaring. ILL, INI chants were going on. And, I see the CBS crew walk in. I'm like, oh, well, they're here to watch us, effectively the shoot around. I'll probably take some game notes, get prepped for the game. And I'm like, well, Ian's like right in front of me. Raph is directly right in front of me. They're like 5 feet away. I would be a moron not to go introduce myself to some legends.
Yep.
So, they're talking to some people, and I get up and I just walk on over to Ian first. I said, hey, Ian, Brad Evans. They go, oh, Brad. And I just said, hey, thanks for coming on BetMGM tonight with Pat and I. Pat's an enormous fan. I love your work. And then we just started talking ball. And he was highly complimentary of our show, which I was taken aback. Couldn't believe it. He's like, oh, you and Pat have great chemistry. And I was like, are you kidding me? From the great Ian Eagle? This is like, just carve it on my tombstone now. And then he was asking me questions. He was asking me questions like, are you going to be here for the game tomorrow? I'm like, nah, man, I'm not going to be. He goes, what? He goes, you're not going to be in the house to watch your Alana, your beloved Alana? I said, no, I'm going to be at home on the couch with a glass of tequila filled to the brim. And he goes, hey, man, you got to do your thing. I understand. He goes, I'm like, yeah, mentally, I just couldn't handle it. So, we just had a great exchange, a phenomenal gentleman, tremendous voice, just an ultra nice guy. And then he introduced me to Raph. And I leaned to Raph, and Raph is really focused, by the way, on the practice. I think he was, taking some mental notes that he'll probably use in the broadcast tomorrow. And I just said to Billy, I said, hey, man, I've been an enormous fan of yours from afar for forever. And I'm glad you're doing well. And I'm glad that you have recovered from the Mullen shot. And Rafferty looks over at me and he goes, man, that was something, wasn't it? And I'm like, hell yeah, it was onions. So we had a minute, and I let him get back. To it. And yeah, I met Seth Davis. We talked for a minute. Super nice guy as well. Hanging out with my Illini Inquirer friends, Jeremy Werner. We got a beer last night, and we're just, talking and soaking up everything. It's just great, man. And as I told you too, off air, what I love about college basketball, it's kind of like a family feel to it. It's not all about ego, all about me. Look at me. I'm on camera. I'm behind a mic. No, everybody's really supportive. People, are willing to do interviews. People just want to have a chit chat and meet new people. And I just love that camaraderie. I love that feel. And today, you want to talk about humanity? There was just so many people on the streets of Indianapolis. All the bars were bellowing over at the midday hour, even. Orange and blue, UConn fans, not that many, but a few. A lot of Michigan fans that I saw as well. Checked out the Fan Fest. That was rocking and rolling. And David Mirkovic, the Illini forward, took his first hacks at the dish because they had a little baseball field in there for wiffle ball. He had never swung a bat before in his life. It showed. It was comical. It's posted on social media. You got to find it. It's like next level hilarious.
Oh, my God. I mean, that's the last thing you need. Mirkovic getting hurt swinging a bat for the first time in his life. Can you imagine that story?
Right.
Yeah, literally. Straight oblique swinging. How did he do it? Swing in practice? Damn, they must have been going hard now, swinging a baseball bat for the first time in his life. Also, I love that's great about Raph. He's so locked in, man. And you could tell by the nuggets that he drops during the game that 82 years old, man, he can still do it at the absolute top of this freaking profession. I think onions is obviously the trademark, but I think what has become my favorite Raphism is get those puppies organized. That's my favorite. I love that one.
I'll give you mine because it's not onions. It's lingerie on the deck.
That and I always look forward. If you're doing Bill Raftery bingo tomorrow night for the Final Four games, I think the free one in the middle should probably be in the first 10 seconds of the game coming out and
Oh, did you listen to when he did like Syracuse games back in the day? And, he would be like, man-to-man, when it would start off every single game because almost every single team starts off man-to-man except for Syracuse under Boeheim. So he would do a Syracuse call, and Syracuse opens with the zone.
I probably frustrated him a little bit. He's probably waiting to rip up, man-to-man, and he had to go with the zone. He probably asked Jim Boeheim once or twice, can you come out and man-to-man, even if it's for the first possession of the game, just so I can do my thing? Let me do my thing, man. But that's great about Ian, and Ian, we talk about how he makes all his broadcast partners better. Like that's one of his greatest strengths as a play-by-play guy, obviously meeting the moment with the big calls and the funny puns that he always brings to the stage and the wordplay. But for him to say that you and I have great chemistry, we've only been doing this thing for 3 months, man. So I'm jealous.
Yeah.
FOMO. I'm very jealous that you got to meet Ian in person. I met him once back the first year that I worked one of the sports broadcasting camps that he actually used to run. And since then he's kind of turned the reins over, but he'll still make appearances from time to time. And I mean, literally just the nicest freaking guy in the world.
Yeah,
and
really is.
For him to be doing it this long and still have the humility and have just a everyday kind of guy persona about him, that's what makes him the best.
Yeah, it really does. And, just to go back to your point about us, having that natural chemistry, it's weird. It's like you and I have never met each other in the flesh. Never. Hasn't happened yet. So, I mean, Pat Boyle could be 7'2". I have no idea.
7'2". If I was 7'2", I'd be the last thing I'd be doing is talking sports into a microphone. And if nothing else, even if I couldn't get paid for any athletic prowess, I'd be scamming people into thinking that I have athletic prowess. 7'2". The Pat Boyle basketball.
You mean even?
All right, when we come back, we're going to talk a little baseball. Big Friday across Major League Baseball. That's next. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
like what unlocks the Celtics and the reason that they won a title 2 years ago was his defensive versatility. We are old enough. We remember the death lineup for the Warriors, right? The Warriors were able to craft a lineup that was singularly outstanding defensively and impossible to defend. And the reason that they were so good defensively is because Draymond Green was able to play the big on the other side of the court well. He was able to defend that player well. And that meant that you could have a piece on the floor, a chess piece on the floor that was able to take away the opposing big and could also pass phenomenally and could also make a three, right? And what I see with Tatum and the Celtics right now is literally he is fulfilling the Draymond Green role for a death lineup where you have spacing and shooters everywhere. And he can defend the opposing big. That is impossibly valuable in today's NBA. And Draymond Green, for everything you want to praise him, he's not Tatum. Certainly not offensively. He can't get his own bucket, and he is not as good of a shooter. So he never was as good of a shooter as Tatum is, in my opinion. So if Tatum has unlocked the ability to pass in the way that Draymond does, and he can do the things defensively that Draymond was doing, specifically being the counterpiece to the opposing big, like. I just see a ceiling for this Celtics team that's just not even remotely reflected in the odds board right now.
Well, I think for, Illinois, their defense has improved so much from seeing them in February where it's like, God, these guys just, they cannot get consistent stops, to then seeing them in Houston. And granted, Houston's not the greatest offensive team. They're not a juggernaut. Iowa certainly isn't either, but they were giving them real problems. And their positional size is a problem for offenses to play against. But UConn is a different beast. And I'm really intrigued to see if that defensive improvement sticks, because Connecticut is going to run guys off screens and cut and slip, and they're a different animal. And I'm really curious to see if Illinois' improvement is the real deal, or if it's a little bit of just the fact that they were playing two offenses that could bog down. And, with UConn, you've got the Danny Hurley effect where they're running great stuff and they just find ways to win games. But I could not have been more impressed with Illinois in Houston. I thought offensively they handled everything that Houston threw at them. The pressure, the reads. Keaton Wagler was composed, under control. And honestly, for this game, the rebounding is so important because Illinois truly looks to destroy you on the offensive glass. And they're looking for kick-out threes. The three-point line looms large, and I think UConn, they're going to need some of the guys that haven't shot the ball well, the solo balls, the Braylon Mullins. Those guys have got to shoot it better. But rebounding, to me, is where it's going to come down to, because Illinois can just overwhelm you with their size and second chances.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Left center field. Carrying and in the gap. Connor Griffin into second. Runner waved. Here's the throw. 1-0. Do you believe?
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. That was the call from Pirates TV earlier today. They beat the Orioles 5-4, and that was the shortstop teenage phenom, Connor Griffin, in his major league debut and his first at-bat with an RBI double. He would later score, and he showed off the dazzling speed on a single. He also had a walk, so 1 for 3 with an RBI double and a walk. And he is the youngest player to make his major league debut at shortstop since A-Rod did it at 18 for the Mariners in 1994. Connor Griffin became the first Pirate under 20 to reach base twice in his debut since Bobby Del Greco in 1952. He had a sellout crowd at PNC Park, and for a day, Brad, we can all forget how much of a cheapskate Bob Nutting is, the owner of the Pirates, because they got a 19-year-old shortstop phenom that everybody's fallen in love with, the number 1 prospect in baseball, delivered today. And for a guy that's getting as much hype as Bryce Harper and Ken Griffey Jr. did coming up, you can't even imagine the pressure, the expectations. But in his big league debut, looked pretty damn good. And the Pirates, they're above 500. How about that?
That's something, and maybe they're going to be a team that's competitive in the Central this year. I mean, we shall see. I mean, we're talking up the Cubs, obviously talking up the Brewers. So maybe they're that surprise team. I mean, they have arguably the best arm in the NL in Paul Skeens. But get back to Griffin. I mean, 19 years old, Pat. I mean, I was the most unproductive individual maybe on planet Earth at 19 years old. And he is step of the dish and absolutely smacking baseballs and his first at bat and driving in a run. It's a crazy story. It's good to see. I'm glad the Buccos stepped up and elevated the outstanding shortstop immediately, threw him in the lineup and instantly delivered. I mean, it could be a storybook season for him. At least we can hope, and really a storybook career as well. Just sensationally skilled everywhere, offensively, defensively. The guy is going to absolutely bring the lumber and lay it early and often, and evidenced by today, just with that smack into the corner. And I think the pierogies even were overly ecstatic there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess so. That is it fair? Like, do we do this too often where we talk about young players? And look, I mean, 19 I mean, Juan Soto was the last teenager to get called up to the big leagues. We talked about Ken Griffey Jr., Bryce Harper, A-Rod. But, like, we still do with this with even guys that are 21, 22. Oh, this is the next big thing. Oh, this guy's going to be an all-star. I mean, we did it with Paul Skeens, and, we saw him pitch for a couple of years in college at LSU. And, like, you knew that he was going to be dominant. So he was worth the hype. But there's plenty of, top prospects in baseball, and then it kind of takes a while for them to settle in. So this is a 19-year-old. This is a kid that was playing high school baseball basically a year and a half ago here, and he's already at the big leagues, and he looks, I don't know, I mean, it's one game, but he looks the part to me. And, this isn't like all the things that you can say, well, he's going to have a tough time dealing with the hype. Paul Skeens is there. It's not like he's the guy. I mean, he's the guy every day, in the lineup.
Right.
But Paul Skeens is the guy in Pittsburgh. And, it is Pittsburgh. No disrespect to our fans in Bucco land. But, like, it's not the pressure. It's not the media in New York. It's not the pressure in Los Angeles. It's not like it's even, for a big, one of the top brands of Major League Baseball, like the Red Sox and Roman Anthony. That's another one that we've kind of hyped up big time. And so far, early returns, he's shown it. But it's Pittsburgh. So honestly, I think that even within the city, he's going to feel it. But like national pressure, national media, I'm excited. I think this kid can kind of just burst right onto the scene here. I'm freaking stoked to see how he does. And I think that this is only positive for baseball. There's a lot of negative things to look out for this year with the lockout and everything else. And there's a lot of exciting, rule changes with ABS, which we'll get into in just a bit. But Connor Griffin coming up at 19 years old and immediately delivering in his first big league at bat. It's a tremendous story.
Yeah, I think the key here is a mid-sized market, right? And you're right. Like, let's say if he hypothetically is with your Yankees or even my Cubs or with the LA Dodgers, right? And thrust into a situation like this where you're with a team that's ultra hyped. You're immediately going to have all this pressure resting on your shoulders. And a lot of those guys, they fold like a house of cards and sometimes never reach their full potential in their major league careers. So with him being 19, I think the perfect spot for him is one of these mid-sized market teams like Pittsburgh. And the fans will be buzzed. You're right. Locals are going to come out in droves. Probably going to sell a lot of Connor Griffin jerseys in short order. Might have like something, at one of the concession stands nicknamed after him, like some kind of like, Connor Griffin garbage dog or whatever it may be. So he'll be Mr. Popularity. He'll be the story of Western Pennsylvania. But, in terms of Major League Baseball, unless he does something utterly extraordinary, I think people will talk about him. The hardcore seam heads will immediately know who he is and what he can bring to the table. And, the fantasy players out there are going to be ultra giddy. The collectors that are out there are going to be, grabbing every single baseball card, trying to get as many autographed jersey cards as they possibly can of a Connor Griffin, knowing the upside and long-term potential that he has. But being in Pittsburgh, it just alleviates a lot of the pressure on the national scene. And I think that is a recipe for immediate success and sustainable immediate success for Connor Griffin.
So we got Connor Griffin at 19, shortstop, locking it down every day. O'Neal Cruz, we all had our time poking fun at O'Neal Cruz for the opening day gaffe, costing Paul Skeens not even getting out of the first inning. But O'Neal Cruz has already launched a couple of home runs. We know that he runs faster than most people in the big leagues. He throws harder than most people in the big leagues. He hits the ball harder than most people in the big leagues. So you got O'Neal Cruz, you got Connor Griffin at 19, and then you got Skeens. Do those three guys make the Pirates a playoff team, or is there still too many holes on this roster? Look, if there's ever a year that the Pittsburgh Pirates can make the playoffs here, and we're not talking about a team that, has gone like 15, 20 years. I mean, they were a perennial playoff team just about 10 years ago, but they have, again, Bob Nutting, the owner, doesn't like to spend money. It's the worst kept secret in baseball. They actually did spend some money this offseason. They brought in some decent free agents. Their payroll is actually over $100 million. I mean, there should be a parade in the streets about actually how they've spent some money. And if there's ever a year to do it, it's this year in the NL Central. The Cardinals are going to be terrible, or at least we think so. I mean, they've got some nice wins over the Mets so far this year. They've played pretty well, but we're not expecting much from the Cardinals. I'm not expecting much from the Reds. And the Brewers, on paper, you would think they take a step back. The Cubs are supposed to run away with this division here. Could the Pirates sneak into the wild card just off of a couple of guys? I mean, this isn't the NBA, right? There's not 5 guys on the floor. You got 9 guys in the lineup. You got 5 starting pitchers. You got a whole bullpen. I don't know. I don't want to ruin the fun here. Pittsburgh's off to a nice start. I just still think that there's too many other holes on this roster for this team to be a playoff team. But if nothing else, you get Skeens every 5 days and get Connor Griffin in the lineup just about every day.
Yeah, I mean, the bullpen's got to get better. They got already a 4+ ERA. There's some talent there. I think the back end of that rotation, prompts a lot of questions. But you're right. I mean, there are some key pieces already in place that they could exceed expectations, to say the least. Now, can they be a playoff team? I think it's a bit of a stretch. Am I, as a betting man, going to wager on a future of, will the Pittsburgh Pirates make the playoffs? No, I'm not going to do that. It's probably still a significant plus juice right now, as a matter of fact, because even the odds makers themselves, even though with this monster call-up instant impact debut that Griffin had, they're probably not a playoff team. But you're right. Like the Cardinals, they should be the dregs of the cake. I know they kind of had a somewhat hot start to be in the MLB season, but we got miles go before we sleep. 162 games. It's the playoffs aren't determined over a 6-game, 7-game stand to begin the year. I mean, I think they could maybe be around 500, possibly be in the conversation in early September, late August of a wild card appearance. But again, I think you're snapping tendons if you are buying that belief. I think it's a bit of a stretch, to say the least.
Yeah, you and I both agree. I know our producer, Brandon Combs, thinks the Pirates are going to make the playoffs this year. But speaking of Connor Griffin, again, RBI double in his first big league at-bat, had a pretty damn good debut, to say the least. They caught up with his family in their seats. This is a sweet little 40-second clip or so of his dad, Connor Griffin's dad, talking about working with him when he was young and just what it means for the Griffin family to watch their teenage son represent their family in his big league debut.
Dad, that at bat, you're a coach, you're a father. The way he adjusted and was able to settle himself in that moment to bring in the first run for the Pirates, what did that mean?
Yeah, he just had to be patient, and the more he saw spin, I felt like he was in good shape. And we have a facility back home that he works out in all the time at Grit Training, and we hit on a hit tracks, and he hits at PNC Park just about every day in the off season. Of course, it's not live pitching, but he always said if he gets it up in the air to that 410 mark, it's going to be an out. If he hits a line drive, it's going to be a double, and there he was standing on second base. And we jokingly have called that Connor's Corner for about a year now, hitting on the hit tracks.
Isn't that great? He basically like a golf simulator almost, and they got PNC Park getting the kid ready for his big league debut. I'll tell you what, the Pirates, remember they had the snafu with Clemente. They have, is it Clemente's corner or the thing with Roberto Clemente in the corner? Just one of the many dumb things Pirates management has done. They could actually do a good thing. You want to really hype up your 19-year-old. You want to, market your star. Put a little signage, Connor's Corner, in that corner. Why not?
Yeah, go ahead and do it right now. Better trademark it and fast. Maybe somebody already has because you emblazon that across a T-shirt. You're going to sell 1 million of them in the Pittsburgh area, right? There are fans that will come out. It's a very loyal fan base there when the product is decent, and you're getting hype around it. They'll buy tickets. I mean, PNC again is on my bucket list of venues to go and visit and watch a game. I've never you gone to PNC Park. You talk about it and sung its praises. Brandon, our phenomenal producer, Brandon Combs, he's been there and sung its praises. I got to make that happen. You know what, Pat? I think I need to road trip this summer. The pierogies are calling me. I like beer. And now you got Connor Griffin in the big league. So maybe a Buccos Cubbies series at PNC. How could I pass that up?
Yeah, to say the least. Again, I actually went to a Cubs Pirates game when I was in college as well. It is phenomenal, man. It is a tremendous ballpark. Downtown Pittsburgh is kind of it's a nice little downtown area, but the fans are buzzing before the game. There's a lot of good things to walk around and see, and the view. Sit behind home plate, even if you have nosebleeds. Who cares? Looking out at the river and the bridge, it is a beautiful, beautiful sight. Again, another quote that I loved here from Connor Griffin's dad, who coaches softball at Belhaven University. I'm not going to pretend I know what that is or what division they're in or if that's JUCO or whatnot.
No clue.
But he's a softball coach, and he said when he was working with Connor when he was 40 years old, Connor would say to him, "I'm not hitting off the tee. I want you to throw it to me." And so even when he was 4 years old, like this kid had the hunger, man. And to watch that evolution as parents. Again, I'm not a parent. I don't have any kids, thank God. But you have a couple of teenagers, sure? And to watch. I can't imagine to watch your kid from such a young age have the dreams of being a big league ball player, and who did millions of parents do, and rarely does it ever work out to get to that level. To see the blood, the sweat, and the tears, pay off at such a young age. I mean, and you don't have to worry about, well, I hope I make it to the big leagues when I'm 27, 28. And so for some people, their folks are in their 60s or their 70s. My dad passed before I got my first full-time show, man. So that's something that I wish I had that opportunity to just, and when I would fill in and do shows on the Fan, it was freaking overnights going into a Saturday morning. He would stay up all night and listen. So I can't imagine being able to watch your kid realize their greatest dreams and to do it at such a young age. It's an awesome story for the Griffin family, to say the least.
Yeah, it is. Look, I have a 19-year-old, and he is trying to figure out and struggling what his major in college is going to be. I love him. But he can't figure it out. And I'm like this. And Connor Griffith's out there raking doubles, knocking in dudes in his Major League Baseball debut. Son, step up your game.
Yeah. Well, that's the one, the 19-year-old. He's in the band, right? That they play at Illinois games.
Yeah. He's base 3 in the marching Illini. I'm extraordinarily proud of him. He's a really smart kid. He's just like, I don't know what I want to do in my life. I don't want to major in. And honestly, man, I was on the exact same path when I was his age, and millions of people took that exact same path at that same age. I remember at 19, I think I was on like a 5-year plan at a junior college. I was slow playing it. I had like the lightest workload imaginable. I was working a couple of jobs and I was partying my ass off. That's why I was in college forever.
Yep. And Connor Griffin's 19, raking RBI doubles already. And kind of makes me hate him in a little bit, right? But for the most part, no, I'm just joking. We got some other baseball headlines. Before we get to it, though, this from our friends at BetMGM. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token to get things started and all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. I would be remiss, Brad, if I didn't mention my New York Yankees here. Home opener for them today. And Aaron Judge apparently texted, they have a group chat for most of the team. He texted the whole team and said, suits tomorrow. Show up with your best threads. And so the Yankees arrived to Yankee Stadium rocking some beautiful suits, their finest leather, their finest threads. And then you want to talk about being a leader with your actions and not just with your words. Aaron Judge in his first at-bat freaking cranks a 2-run shot to put the Yankees in front. They beat the Marlins 8-2. What Judge has done so far, 3 home runs. That's what I think most of us as baseball fans have come to expect from the reigning MVP. But I just still can't get over how dominant Yankees pitching has been. Will Warren is a guy that was making spot starts last year when guys were hurt, and he's doing it again because Carlos Rodon and Garrett Cole are hurt to start the year. Hopefully they're back in the next, 3-4 weeks here. But he gave up 2 solo homers. That was it. Didn't walk a batter. And the Yankees pitching has only given up 8 runs so far through the first 7 games. That's tied with the 2002 Giants and the 93 Braves for the fewest allowed by a team through 7 games in Major League history. They're 6-1, and it's the pitching, not the hitting, that has been the most dominant in baseball. And I can't help but continue to get excited when Garrett Cole comes back, when Carlos Rodon comes back. Holy smokes. But opening day, Aaron Judge, first trip to the plate. And for the fans, the sellout crowd of over 48,000 that was hoping to see fireworks, you didn't have to wait more than one at bat.
Pat, are you wearing pants?
I am. As of now, I am, but I've considered taking them off.
I was going to say, I think you're lying to me right now. I mean, you're pumped, dude. And you're bound to disrobe over this team. I think it's inevitable. You and I have talked about it. I don't want to say the guy's name because I don't want to break any FCC violations. So I'm going to leave that privilege to you. But Max Fried has been amazing as well. And he's, I think, firmly going to be in the conversation for AL Cy Young as long as he stays healthy. Bullpen's doing really good, too. You got a 1.57 ERA in the young year. So they're coming in and slamming the door based on the starters going out. They're getting, consistently already 6-7 innings along with those big boppers. Could be a year. I mean, you're in an ultra competitive division. We talked about it. I think Toronto is going to be there in the bitter end again. Boston is stumbling out of the gates, but they should improve. Baltimore should improve as well with all the investments in the offseason. That division is going to be ultra competitive. But right now, the shining stars, without a doubt, your Pinstripes, your Bronx Bombers, and it's largely because of the starting pitching, which has been utterly outstanding.
Yes, and Cam Schlittler is the name that you are very trepidous about.
I'm never going to try that. I'm telling you, man, because I'm going to get fired.
You can just call him Cy Young, right? Because he's going to win the award this year. Or you call him Killer Cam. By the way, the Yankees are the most dominant. They are the crown jewel of the AL East because how about the Blue Jays? They've lost 3 games already combined to the Rockies and the White Sox. They lost to the White Sox in 10 innings today. They finally got opening day. They finally got opening day kicking on the south side of Chicago. All right, we'll take a short break here. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, a Friday night staple on BetMGM tonight. We'll get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. We'll get video producer Monty into the mix because he is the leader of the list. That's coming up next. What has Monty got cooked up for us for the little trivia when we return? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I mean, you're down by 32. Like, he tweaked his hamstring already. Why is he in the game? Like, why is he in the game? Is that a fair question to ask? And I know sports fans are really sensitive, and Lakers fans will say, well, they cleared him. Why can't he go? Why can't they put him back in there? Grow up. The game was over. He has hurt his hamstring in February and then tweaked it in the first half. If it were me, and I understand I'm not coaching the team, I would have gotten him out of the game. But that's not what happened. So what happens is he leaves, and the Lakers get blown the F out. And now, we have to project a scenario because we don't know the results of the MRI. And obviously they're on the West Coast, so we may not know by the time this show goes off the air at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We may not know. Certainly within the realm of possibility that we don't know. So I'm going to project this, right? I would say it's very unlikely that Luka plays another regular season game. Possible, of course. He could miss no time. I have no idea. But I mean, given the facts that I've laid out, like February and then tweaked it earlier, we know how hamstrings are. My sense is we don't see Luka again until the playoffs. He going to be healthy for the playoffs? For the first round? You sure about that? I'm not saying he won't be. But again, consider the facts. I think it's fair to at least call it into question. Right? And I think and hope that this would be a pretty obvious opinion that I'm about to give. I hope so. I hope that even Lakers fans with the purple and gold tinted glasses are not so delusional to think that they could win a first-round playoff series without Luka Doncic. Now, I will acknowledge it would kind of be fun to watch LeBron at 41 try and be like Sylvester Stallone in The Expendables. Just here's the aging action star trying to do it all himself, or with and I know he has a team around him, but the aging action star trying to make it happen. It would be fun to watch LeBron and Reeves try and do that. But come on. I don't think the Rockets, they're beating the Rockets without Luka. The T-Wolves without Luka. The Nuggets without Luka. Let's be serious. Let's be serious. So I don't think the Lakers are doing anything anyway, even with a healthy Luka. They could win one series, then they lose into the Spurs. And if they somehow manage to beat the Spurs, if Wemby gets hurt, they go and get waxed by the Thunder. But they're not even going to win one round if Luka misses postseason time. Did you guys know, as you type in the chat, that everyone gets a ceremonial watch? I did not know that. So I actually looked this up. What are the watches that you get if you make the Final Four? You get a Final Four branded Timex watch. Okay. Now, if you told me that you get to the Final Four and you get a Rolex, a Patek Philippe, an Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks, right? Audemars that's losing time, hidden behind all these big rocks. A Richard Mille. Man, yeah, I'll lose in the national semifinal. Give me one of those watches. A Timex? What, was Casio not available? Like NCAA, like in the NIL era, we can't do better than this. Just no disrespect to Timex, but just saying.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Phone lines are open to you. Any predictions, any thoughts, any questions you have about the men's Final Four games tomorrow, we will take them. Any thoughts or reactions you have to Major League Baseball headlines, including if it was your team's opening day today, their home opener. I know we call it opening day for the teams when they're having their first home game. Any baseball thoughts, we'll take them as well. 310-840-4910. You can also tweet the show at BetMGM Tonight. Antoine the Mailman has checked in and said, you guys do have great chemistry. Now, because Iron Eagle told Brad and I we have great chemistry, very much so stoking our egos there. I wanted to boycott BetMGM because I was upset that all the guys I listen to daily were not brought over. However, I love sports and starting listening to you guys, and I'm glad I did. You guys are great. Antoine, we appreciate it, man. And look, I know there was a lot of changes, 3-4 months ago. But look, man, I mean, it's an industry where there are a lot of changes. So we appreciate you giving us a chance, and we hope that more and more folks continue to give us a chance and to listen because, Brad and I, we do a hardcore sports show, but we inject all of the enthusiasm and energy, and we have a lot of freaking fun every single night. So there are still a lot of folks that have listened for just the first time here. Even some of my friends that were like, hey, I haven't had a lot of chance to listen to your show just yet because it's at night, and, I got kids or I got, my family and whatnot, but you guys are awesome. You and Brad are great. I'm like, hey, thanks, man. So we appreciate that. And, our viewership on Twitter keeps going up each week. So we're having a blast. We're only 3 months in, but the fun times are going to keep on rolling. Isn't that right, Brad?
Amen, brother. We appreciate Antoine sending us much love. The Venmo has already hit the account, Antoine, so we appreciate that. I will say that. No, man, we're having a grand old time here. The fact that I'm here covering the Final Four is an absolute dream come true for me. Next year, you and I have to be on Radio Row for the Super Bowl. We'll have to do Radio Row as well in Detroit for that Final Four as well. And again, maybe one of these, millenniums, you and I are going to see each other in the flesh, and we'll be able to hug each other out. And I would thoroughly enjoy that. So hopefully you're a delicate squeezer.
Oh, I can be. If you need me to be, I'll be delicate with you. No problem. All right. Right. It's a good time to transition into a Friday night staple here on BetMGM Tonight. It is time for the list.
I'm gonna have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
All right, our version of Friday Night Trivia. We get producer Brandon Combs into the mix, and we get our video producer Monty, who comes up with the topic each and every week, and then Brad, myself, and Combs, we go back and forth until one of us can't give the right answer anymore. So, Monty, what's going on, brother? What is the list for tonight?
Yeah, I know I told you guys last night in the break I couldn't decide where I was going to go, but we're going to go baseball. So you're welcome, Brandon. And we were just talking
Wow.
Connor Griffin, and we've had a lot of really good rookies to start the year. So we're going to do the last 10 rookies, Rookie of the Year winners from both the AL and the NL. That is the list.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so 10. So we got 20 in total. The last 10 AL and NL rookies of the year. Okay. All right. I know I should be able to get a decent amount of these. I'm excited for this. I can't believe you let Combs coerce you into doing baseball on the weekend of the Final Four, but
Had nothing to do
so
with
be
that.
All right, how we doing this order?
Who wants to go first?
Give it to me because I may only get like 3 of these. Do you want me to go first?
Sure.
That works.
Okay, so what's the time frame again, Monty? Last 10 years, you said? Is that right?
Correct.
AL or NL? Okay, well,
Correct.
this one's fresh in the mind. Nick Kurtz, because he won it last year.
Way to go, Brad.
All right, thank you.
All right, I
let's
will.
just go
I
around
will
the
also
horn.
take
Yeah.
last year because I've mentioned him on the show already twice here since the season started because he's already hit a couple of dongs. Give me the Atlanta Braves catcher, reigning NL Rookie of the Year, Drake Baldwin.
Nailed it. Brandon?
All right. Do you want me to go in order or let's go?
Ooh,
We'll go with
I'm
Mason
Combs.
Miller.
I know baseball. I'm going to go in order.
Mr. Confident.
What'd you just say?
Huh?
Who did you say?
He said. He said Kurt Schilling. He's wrong. He's out.
Mason Miller is who I said. What in 2024? American League Rookie of the Year.
Combs? Is Combs
unless
out?
Unless the list I'm looking at is wrong, you're out.
What?
Whoa!
Mason Miller won Rookie of the Year in 2024 in the American League. Did he not?
I will.
No, I don't think
double
he
check.
did, dude. I know
But
who
he
won
did
it.
not because
Oh, that's right, Cozy.
Suck
The
it,
upset
Combs.
of the
You're out on
year.
your first cast. You guys want me to go in chronological order?
Yikes!
Wow.
Who won it in the
That's
American
confident.
League?
I'll tell you when it's
No.
my turn.
Yeah. Brad?
Too bad. It really is.
Wow, that's like it's like
it's my turn.
Virginia going down to UMBC or Purdue going down to FDU. Combs, the baseball diehard sicko, is gone on his first guess.
Well, there
Way to
goes
go,
your cheating
Retrievers.
theory.
Yeah, that's true. That's quite valid. All right, I got 3 names I jotted down. I'll have to brainstorm some more. Paul Skeens.
There you go. That was a nice, safe one. In order of last year, I might say that. Or 2 years.
Yeah, how did you-
2 years ago?
How did you not go
from
with
the year before?
Skeens?
I know who won it now.
Yeah, I know you know who
You got
won it
cocky.
because he's a New York freaking Yankee, baby, and he should have
Leave
won.
it-
Honestly,
leave it up
he got a
there.
chance to win the Cy Young that year. Luis Heel from the New York Yankees won the American League Rookie of the Year in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
He did. I think you should have kept him guessing, though. I think we should have left that one out there, Pat.
I think he knew once. I think he knew when he said he knew.
We'll never know.
All right.
Brad?
All right, so Combs is out. It's down to me and Brad going mano y mano. We're only 4 out of 20 in.
Shohei Ohtani had to win Rookie of the Year, right?
That is correct.
Take your shirt off too. Do the full Chris
2018.
Farley impression.
I'm so angry.
No.
There's gonna be a lot
I'm
of
sure you
names that
are.
are there's a lot of household names here that Combs is gonna have to hear me and Brad rattle off. All right, I'm gonna go back a little bit just because I'm gonna take the slam dunks now when I know I can get them, knowing I don't have to get them hijacked by Combs. Polar Bear, Pete Alonso.
Ooh.
2019 National League Rookie of the Year, Pete Alonso.
I
Brad?
think Pat's got to take me in this. All right, I got 2 more. Hope Pat won't take. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna go with Houston Astro Yordan Alvarez.
There you go. The year after Ohtani. Pat?
That one.
Okay. I'm almost positive he won Rookie of the Year as he burst onto the scene. This is only a couple of years ago, so I'm hoping my onset dementia doesn't kick in. From the Baltimore Orioles, Gunnar Henderson.
Yep. 2023. Brad?
All right. I thought of another name, and it seems obvious. I can't believe Pat didn't pick his boy, Aaron Judge.
The year before Ohtani, 2017, Mr. Judge.
I was saving that one. I was saving it. The other guy that I have top of mind, because I know me and Monty got into an argument about him a couple of weeks ago. Because I said I think I said he's taken a step back, and Monty's like, "What are you talking about? He had like the best year of his career last year."
I know who you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
Say it.
Would you like to, Monty? Would you like to name the division, and then I'll tell you who the player is?
It's the NL West.
That's right, and it's C squared, Mr. Corbin Carroll of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Damn it. That was the one I had on my
Had the best year of his career last year.
Debatable.
It's not debatable. Yeah. Look it up.
All right. While you guys were debating Corbin Carroll,
Holmes is so mad.
The C and the C. Seattle Mariner, I think. J-Rod, Julio Rodriguez.
2022.
Ooh.
That is correct.
Okay. I'm starting to run out of names. This is my last for sure one. And I believe the year was 20. I think it was it the COVID year? It's either the COVID year or was 2021. From the NL East and the Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr.
So he did win NL Rookie of the Year, but you're kind of way off on the year. It was 2018.
Wow. Yeah, Acuna's been in the league eight years now. Yeah, okay. All right, that checks out.
Oh, God bless it. Okay. I'm running out of names. I'm in trouble here. I know he won Rookie of the Year. I don't think it's in the year that you're within the time frame. But I got nothing. The bank is empty. He's still collecting a check somehow in Major League Baseball. One of the worst contracts in human history. Chris Bryant.
Yeah, I believe that was 2015, so that is just outside stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow, so that doesn't count? Sorry, that's wrong?
No.
I mean, it is technically would be the 11 NL rookies ago, so
Pat's got to name one to win.
Yeah. Doesn't count.
Walk-off Rookie of the Year here, Pat.
What do you mean walk-off? Oh, to win it. Okay.
You know what?
win
I
it.
think for that you should lose.
He should lose.
Well, I thought you were maybe giving me a hint saying that he had like a walk-off or something in that year or something like that.
Just thought I'd use
okay.
some baseball terminology in the baseball segment. That's all.
All right, let me think. Let me think of the teams. Let me think of the teams here. Anybody else on the Yankees? We got Judge. We got Luis Heel. Volpe didn't freaking win it. Okay, let me think of the Mets. I got Alonso. Oh man. Okay. Okay. Let me think. Dodgers. Dodgers got to have somebody. So Tani came up with the Angels.
Sandy Koufax.
So,
Not.
there you go.
Oh man, you know what? No, Mookie was definitely a rookie more than 10 years ago, and he wasn't with the Dodgers
And
anymore.
not with the Dodgers.
I know.
he
I'm
wasn't.
just thinking of current, past Dodgers players. Oh, he's on the Yankees now for the win.
Wow, finally.
Cody Bellinger.
There you go. It's about time.
Oh,
2017.
I'm gonna redeem myself and tell you guys all the names you missed.
Oh, please do.
Well, you
just lose on your
I
first
Spent
guess.
the last 10 minutes looking them up.
Yeah, he was looking.
Did not. Just so mad at I can't believe. Anyway.
All right, why
I
don't
thought
you give
Mason
us,
Miller
if
got
you want to
screwed,
redeem
that's
yourself, if you want to redeem yourself, give us the name and the year.
Why. Oh God.
Yeah, that's
okay. All right. So 2016 was Fulmer and Seager. You already did 2017 because that was Judge and Bellinger.
Michael Fulmer.
Yeah.
Correct.
2018 was Shohei Ohtani and Ronald Acuna Jr.
Well, just give us the ones we're missing.
Oh,
So
20,
you can skip to
Pete Alonso.
2020.
I got Alonso.
2020.
2020 Kyle Lewis and Kyle Lewis was unanimous with Seattle. Devin Williams.
Good job. All right, 2021.
2021 was Rosarena with Tampa and the Cincinnati Reds, Jonathan India.
Yeah, nailed it. So we're just missing National League 2022.
That was Atlanta. One of the better, more underappreciated center fielders in the game, Michael Harris.
Michael Harris.
There you go. You did it. But congratulations to
I
Pat
can't believe.
for winning it.
Hey, yeah.
Asterisk.
Fredo's still finishing last.
Asterisk.
There's no asterisk. You were out on your first guess.
No. Rules are rules.
Mason Miller got screwed.
No, he didn't. Luis Heel deserved it. Starting pitcher with great numbers definitely absolutely deserves it. Wait, was Mason Miller ever a starter?
No.
No.
Probably.
Well, you never know.
a
We got
long
closers
time
that get turned
ago.
into starters get turned into closers all the time. Sasaki, I guarantee you, Roki Sasaki will end up being a closer again for good in like the next year or two because the Dodgers pitching staff is so freaking loaded. All right, really quickly, we got a text coming through. Jimmy from Rockaway Beach in New York texts in, "Love your show so much." Jimmy from Rockaway Beach, New York. Hey, we appreciate that, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks, man. 310-840-4910 is the number if you want to call. It's the number if you want to text. Congrats to me, Combs. Thanks for playing. That was the list. Thank you, Monty. Thank you, Combs. Brad, that was fun. When we come back, we'll give our predictions for tomorrow's men's Final Four games and even some bold predictions as well. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
A running back is a position you take early to get you over the top, not when you're rebuilding. Not when you're rebuilding. So Tennessee is rebuilding, and maybe they think they could be great this year. They still have needs on the rest of the roster. You can't take a running back. There's no way in the world you can tell me that if you look at the New York Football Giants roster, where the offensive line still isn't good, and outside of Malik Neighbors, none of the wide receivers, we are talking right now with the Giants about Odell Beckham Jr. coming back. John Harbaugh had a face-to-face with Odell Beckham. And, like, I love OBJ. I'm a Giants fan. In his first couple years, he was, like, not literally, because he's not the same person, he was as good as Jerry Rice his first couple years. As good as Jerry Rice the first couple years. That was a long time ago. Odell Beckham Jr. And we're talking about a running back when you could potentially take Carnell Tate or Maui Noah or another offensive lineman or, someone on defense to fix a horrible defense. What if Sonny Styles is there? We're going to skip Sonny Styles? A potential, like all-pro linebacker to take a running back? What? And let's say you wanted to make the case that the Washington Commanders, okay, they made the title game a couple years ago, and maybe they are in a position to supercharge and get them over the hump here, and that's why you take the running back. Okay, have you seen the wide receiving group in Washington? It's Terry McLaurin, and then me, Tyler, Kenny, and Bill. Like, are we serious here? Where if you're a Commanders fan, you would rather have Jeremiah Love than Carnell Tate if he's there. You'd rather have Jeremiah Love than Mekhi Lemon if Lemon's there. Or Jordan Tyson if Jordan Tyson's there. Really? Really? Commanders general manager Adam Peters saying this week that they can't believe that they got both Odafe Owe and Caleb on Chason in free agency going to be their starting edge players this year. Like they just signed, like it's like Reggie White and Bruce Smith. The defense was horrible last year. Horrible. They've improved in free agency. I'm not saying they haven't, but we're really going to make it like the Commanders are a running back away from getting over the hump when they need a receiver desperately and absolutely need help on defense.
Every score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, you can call, you can text 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're going to give some bold predictions for the Final Four tomorrow, but let's just start with the bread and butter here, Brad. Let's pick a winner for both games. Let's pick a national champion, even though, again, when Monday rolls around, we'll have the title game set during our show. But let's just get the predictions out right away here before the madness and before the chaos all unfurls. So let's start with your ILL against UConn. First game up tomorrow night here, Brad. Who is winning the game? Although I got a feeling I know who you're taking.
Oh, yeah, I might be emblazoned on my chest. I could read it on my face. I'm surprised my forehead's not painted with the ILL draped across it. Illinois is going to win the game. Keaton Walker's, again, going to score 21. That was a prediction I made earlier in the show. I think size, it indeed matters, and it will for Illinois. I think Terrace Reed is, going to have a better than average game, but I think largely he will be somewhat contained by Illinois. Solo Ball's not going to score 15 again like he did in the first matchup back at Madison Square Garden. Illinois is just playing at a much higher level, in my opinion, than UConn. So Illinois wins over the Huskies, and you better be tailing my Illini, mi amigo.
This feels like a game that I'll be kicking myself if I didn't pick UConn and then they win the game and it's like Dan Hurley masterclass. UConn comes from behind again to get it done. Alex Caravan scores a ton of points. But I agree with you, man. I feel like UConn is Illinois, is too deep. They're too big. They've got the length. They've got the size. And really, it's the defense. It's the next level defense that they've played over these last 2 rounds, shutting down Iowa, shutting down Houston. I watched that game, and that was the point for me where I was like, wow. I was like, this is, you obviously are a season ticket holder. You've seen the ups and the downs. I saw I saw the roller coaster ride when they were losing those overtime games. They blew a couple of big leads, and you said you worried about the resolve, their toughness. They have it, and they have it, man. I think Keaton Wagler is a bona fide bucket getter, and they've got the length and the size to deal with Terrace Reed. I just don't think UConn is – they haven't been consistent enough scoring the basketball. So I think they fired off their last magic bullet against Duke, and I don't think they have any magic left. I'm going with Illinois. I agree with you. I think the Illini are in the title game on Monday night. All right, Michigan, Arizona. De facto national title game, as I've been calling it all week. Who are you going with?
Again, we broke this game down earlier in the show. Michigan has been prone to get off to some slow starts on occasion. And again, the best starting 5 in college basketball, it will prevail. They have adequate depth as well. Give me Arizona, but in a thriller.
Yeah, so you and I are on the same page here. I don't know if it'll be a thriller, honestly. And maybe I'm just reading too much into what Mike LaTulip said with us yesterday. You said he's smoking rope if he thinks this is going to be a blowout. I don't know if it'll be a blowout, but I can see a late run really just like, blowing the roof off the arena with like a 12-0 run to put the game away. Maybe Michigan gets it a little bit closer in garbage time. But I think Arizona wins this game by like 9 or 10 points. So I picked the Wildcats before the tourney began. I'm going with the Wildcats. And then, yes, Brad, if it's Arizona, Illinois, I will be your biggest enemy on Monday because I'll be 1 win away from completing my masterpiece of a bracket, picking a national champion correct for the first time in like 5 years. So Arizona, I think, is winning the whole damn thing.
I tend to agree, honestly. If Illinois were to match up against Arizona, I think they will be outmuscled in that game, a rarity for Illinois. And, unless they're just out of their minds from 3, I don't see Illinois knocking Arizona down a peg. So you and I are on the same page. I picked Arizona in my bracket. I'm sticking to my guns. Wildcats are winning a national championship, and they're going to be cutting down nets on Monday.
All right, I do have 3 bold predictions, though, for you really quickly. If UConn is going to win, Alex Caravan's going to score 25 points. Like, he's the most experienced player, active player in the country. He's the most active, decorated player in the country. If it's Caravan's moment tomorrow, 25 points, UConn will win. I do think this will happen for Arizona. You talk about an unsung hero. We talk about all the guys that can get it done for the Wildcats. Anthony Del Orso off the bench, their 3-point assassin off the bench, 6 threes and scores 20 points to lead Arizona to victory. And number 3, we've been talking about North Carolina. I think Mark Byington might be the head coach of the Tar Heels come Monday.
Oh, I love that one. Illinois by 10+, my lone bold prediction. ILL.
Yeah, and you've been saying all day you think Michigan, Arizona play not 1, maybe not even 2, maybe 3 overtimes. All right, Brad, Monday will roll around. We'll see if Illinois will be in the title game, brother. Enjoy it.
Pray for my liver.
There we go. When we come back, Luka Doncic, big injury update here on BetMGM tonight.
like what unlocks the Celtics and the reason that they won a title 2 years ago was his defensive versatility. We are old enough. We remember the death lineup for the Warriors, right? The Warriors were able to craft a lineup that was singularly outstanding defensively and impossible to defend. And the reason that they were so good defensively is because Draymond Green was able to play the big on the other side of the court well. He was able to defend that player well. And that meant that you could have a piece on the floor, a chess piece on the floor that was able to take away the opposing big and could also pass phenomenally and could also make a three, right? And what I see with Tatum and the Celtics right now is literally he is fulfilling the Draymond Green role for a death lineup where you have spacing and shooters everywhere. And he can defend the opposing big. That is impossibly valuable in today's NBA. And Draymond Green, for everything you want to praise him, he's not Tatum. Certainly not offensively. He can't get his own bucket, and he is not as good of a shooter. So he never was as good of a shooter as Tatum is, in my opinion. So if Tatum has unlocked the ability to pass in the way that Draymond does, and he can do the things defensively that Draymond was doing, specifically being the counterpiece to the opposing big, like. I just see a ceiling for this Celtics team that's just not even remotely reflected in the odds board right now.
Well, I think for, Illinois, their defense has improved so much from seeing them in February where it's like, God, these guys just, they cannot get consistent stops, to then seeing them in Houston. And granted, Houston's not the greatest offensive team. They're not a juggernaut. Iowa certainly isn't either, but they were giving them real problems. And their positional size is a problem for offenses to play against. But UConn is a different beast. And I'm really intrigued to see if that defensive improvement sticks, because Connecticut is going to run guys off screens and cut and slip, and they're a different animal. And I'm really curious to see if Illinois' improvement is the real deal, or if it's a little bit of just the fact that they were playing two offenses that could bog down. And, with UConn, you've got the Danny Hurley effect where they're running great stuff and they just find ways to win games. But I could not have been more impressed with Illinois in Houston. I thought offensively they handled everything that Houston threw at them. The pressure, the reads. Keaton Wagler was composed, under control. And honestly, for this game, the rebounding is so important because Illinois truly looks to destroy you on the offensive glass. And they're looking for kick-out threes. The three-point line looms large, and I think UConn, they're going to need some of the guys that haven't shot the ball well, the solo balls, the Braylon Mullins. Those guys have got to shoot it better. But rebounding, to me, is where it's going to come down to, because Illinois can just overwhelm you with their size and second chances.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hello! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans. He is on his way back to Champaign. He'll be rooting on Illinois this weekend as they're in the Final Four, taking on UConn tomorrow. And so that means, as always, it is now 2 Solo Hours as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern, which we do every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You should be listening to the Westwood One Sports app all weekend, not only for our shows, our programming. Brad is going to be doing a show with Nick Costos tomorrow, our guy Nick, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, but also because you can listen to every single NCAA tournament game on the Westwood One Sports app. So if you're out and about, you're driving tomorrow, you want to be able to still lock into the games, you can listen to the Final Four and the Men's Championship on the Westwood One Sports app this weekend. You want to join the show here over the next 2 hours and every night? Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or you can just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, it's 310-840-4910. If you do text in, just let us know your name and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. All right. It's been a great show so far. Phone lines are open to you the rest of the show. Any and all of your thoughts and predictions on the men's Final Four. We'll get you an update from the women's Final Four because the undefeated season for UConn is in jeopardy. We'll get you an update in just a couple of minutes. I also got plenty of more baseball takeaways and opinions from today's games and this weekend coming up here. So, again, if you want to join the show, it's 310-840-4910, and you can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. But I want to get to the big NBA news of the day. And coming off of last night's rout of the LA Lakers at the hands of the Oklahoma City Thunder, where I thought, hey, this is a great opportunity for SGA and Luka Doncic to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head, trading buckets, two guys that are in the MVP race. And I've made my argument why SGA, I think, is going to run away with the award. He's going to win it for the second straight year. He has been a dominant offensive machine for the best team in basketball while also being incredibly efficient. And even though Wemby's going to be the defensive player of the year, SGA plays some pretty damn good defense himself, too. The Thunder have been the number one defense in the NBA over the last 2 years combined. They were the number one defense in the NBA last year. And so it's not just all about offense, whereas it kind of is with Luka. But I thought that, because there's a lot of people saying, oh, Wemby he's closed the gap. This MVP race is the tightest we've seen in years. And, I mean, if you look at the odds from our friends at BetMGM, they don't say that it's that close. Then again, the sports books don't determine who wins it. It's the voters, right? And so I thought whatever you think of who's going to win MVP or not last night, you got two of the best players in basketball going toe-to-toe to last night, and Luka on an absolute freaking heater of all time averaged 38 points per game in the month of March. Lakers were on a red-hot streak, winning 16 of their last 18 games, and I thought, hey, this is maybe a Western Conference Finals preview. And then it went about as bad. It was a living nightmare for the Lakers. Not only do they get beat by 43 points, but Luka Doncic injures his hamstring. Early third quarter, it was 90-58 at the time. And Luka had apparently been dealing with a hamstring issue, I don't know how long, but for that game, he was getting it worked on at halftime. And it's easy to say, well, they should have sat him out. They should have played it carefully because there was already a blowout at the half. What are you risking it for? I mean, again, we see kind of, guys deal with some muscle cramps and whatnot throughout the games, all throughout the season. So he felt that he was good to give it a go. But then in the third quarter, he goes for a spin move, tries to pull up, and then he stops. Non-contact, clutches right at the hamstring. And I was watching the game in between actually, I think that happened right after we got off the air last night. So, literally, it was in the first 5 minutes. I signed off. I go to watch the game. I was like, all right, let me see if they can at least make this somewhat close here. And immediately, Luka pulls up, clutching the hamstring, and I said, oh, that's not good. That is not good. And Luka's not the kind of guy that it's to fake an injury, but even to if he even felt it a little bit, kind of accentuate it, right? And then be like, all right, I'm coming out, the game's over. So when that happened, I knew it was bad. And I thought right away, I don't know if he plays the rest of the season, rest of the regular season. He might not play again into the playoffs. Last night, JJ Redick said we're waiting the results of the MRI. I did my Sports Minute today. I said Lakers fans are holding their breaths right now because this could be bad. And the news is Luka Doncic has a grade 2 hamstring strain. Not only will he miss the rest of the regular season, the Lakers are saying he is out indefinitely. And I was thinking to myself earlier today, before this news came out, if Luka's not 100% healthy, the Lakers, they're not getting past the first round. And now that it's a grade 2 hamstring strain, I don't care if he pulls a miracle act and he's ready to go for game 1 of the playoffs against whoever they play, whether it's the Timberwolves or whether it's the Rockets. I'll go bold here, and I'll say the Lakers are getting bounced in the first round no matter what. They're getting bounced in the first round no matter what. And if Luka Doncic can't suit up or he's not 100% for the first round, it might be a sweep. I don't care who they play. There is nobody in the Western Conference. I don't care any of the teams in the play-in tournament as well. There is nobody in the West that fears the Lakers for even a single second if Luka Doncic is not on the floor. That's it. And it's, last year, Steph Curry, right? He injured his hamstring and it was maybe he could play, maybe not. And it was like, come on, man. Like, I think that was a grade 1 hamstring strain. This is grade 2. I was listening to Shams Charania giving the report and he goes, typically a grade 2 hamstring strain, that's like a 4 to 6 week recovery. The regular season ends in 9 days. The first round of the playoffs begins in 2 weeks. So typically a 4 to 6 week recovery. And he's got 2 weeks. Like I said, even if he tries to suit up and play, I don't think he's going to be 100%. The Lakers season is over. The Lakers season is effectively over. It ended last night with Luka Doncic clutching at his hamstring. It's over. The season's over. That's it. There's no if LeBron, no. Nope. Well, if Austin Reeves, nope. Sorry. That's it. The Lakers are getting bounced in the first round. And whoever ends up drawing them, if they find a way to finish as the 3 seed, whoever gets the 6 seed, if it's the Minnesota Timberwolves, honestly, and I know there's still five games left to play for everybody, so you can't just kind of say, well, here, all right, we're going to lose every game, because the Lakers could lose 4 of the next 5 and drop into the 4 seed, and then all of a sudden, you're the Minnesota Timberwolves, and maybe you try to play matchmaker here, and you try to strategically get that advantage, and then you don't even end up getting it, because right now the Denver Nuggets are only a game behind the Lakers, so there's still nothing set in stone. Other than that, the Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets, and T-Wolves will be seeds 3 through 6. Whatever order it ends up being, that's still to be determined. But, I mean, if it's Timberwolves Lakers in the first round for the second straight year, and the T-Wolves punked the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs last year with Luka, with LeBron, with Austin Reeves, and now you're telling me that Luka Doncic either might not see the floor at all or he won't be 100%, it's a sweep. It's a sweep. They beat them in 5 last year, and they crushed them in most of those games. If the Rockets fall to the 6th seed, they've had their point guard problems all year. They will crush, and the Lakers just beat them twice last week because Luka Doncic scored a combined, 76 points in those 2 games where they played them, 2 times, 3 nights in Houston. The Rockets will crush the Lakers. If it's somehow the Nuggets, if the Nuggets and the Lakers end up playing each other in the first round, the Nuggets who have owned the Lakers in the postseason when they played them twice in the last 5 years, including that was a sweep in the Western Conference Finals a couple of years ago, it will be a sweep. The Lakers are done. Their season ended last night. Because without Luka Doncic, they are not the same team. They are not a good defensive team to begin with. And you could say, well, maybe Luka, he gets picked on all the time and pick and rolls and his defense isn't good and all that. Oh, and he complains to the refs. Maybe the Lakers will be better. Lakers fans right now, I guarantee you, the delusional ones, right? The Lakers fans that are also Yankees fans and Cowboys fans, right? That we kind of like to pick on. They are convincing themselves right now of those kinds of scenarios. Well, if Luka, we love Luka, but he does complain to the refs a lot. His defense isn't that good. Maybe the Lakers will actually end up being better for this. They'll play better defense. They won't have anybody complaining to the refs. We'll be able to spread the floor and spread the wealth better. Stop. He's a top 5 player on the planet. He's first team All NBA every single year of his career that he has played at least 60 games in outside of his rookie season. First team All NBA every year. This is a top 5 player on the planet. You do not contrive what if scenarios if Luka Doncic is not playing. This is how the Lakers season is going to end. Like I mentioned, I don't care who they play. Denver, Houston, Minnesota. Those are all 3 teams that was going to be a tough matchup for the Lakers, even if Luka was playing, but I really liked the way they were playing. They had won 16 of their last 18 games. Their offense was a machine. Luka was playing the best ball of his freaking career. LeBron had kind of, been settling in as that off-ball, second, third kind of guy role. It also allows him to minimize his usage in year 22. Or year 23, whatever year LeBron is in, incredible, legendary, second best career of all time. But, it allowed him to kind of take a back seat, fuel up for the playoffs so he can give it his all in those moments that they need him. Austin Reeves and Luka in the pick and roll game and the off-ball screen game had become such a dynamic duo and a big factor. That's gone. That's gone. Whoever the Lakers play, they're going to get crushed by. And LeBron is probably going to move on. LeBron's probably going to leave in free agency. And he's either going to go to Cleveland to team up with James Harden and Spida. I don't know where else he would go. It's probably going to be Cleveland. Maybe he jumps to Golden State to try to play out the rest of his career with Steph Curry and see if they can, if Mike Dunleavy all of a sudden can grow a brain and be a good basketball GM and bring in somebody else around there. If LeBron's willing to take a pay cut to play with Steph, that's the only other option I see it happening. But LeBron was basically hoping that Luka could carry him to the conference finals or to the NBA finals so that he could have one more shot at a realistic title. One more realistic shot at a title. And LeBron probably woke up today and said, that's it for me in LA. JJ Redick, who I criticized heavily earlier in the season, because I'm still not convinced that he's that great of a head coach. His worst nightmare came true last night. They were all looking to Luka. They were all hoping to ride the coattails is a bit tough, but any success, any chances of the Lakers making a run in the playoffs this year was contingent upon Luka Doncic carrying them there. And that is done. That is gone. And for me, in my opinion, it'll be a miracle if Luka comes back to play in this first-round playoff series. They even said he's out indefinitely. There is no timetable for his return. It's a grade 2 hamstring strain. That's the death blow for the Lakers season. They're gone. They're done. Count them out in the first round. That's it. And another, by the way, the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Do you agree with me? Did the Lakers season effectively end last night with Luka's hamstring injury? Grade 2 hamstring strain. Typical return is 4 to 6 weeks. Or do you think they can still win the first round if Luka is not playing? Maybe you hold out hope that by a game 4, he could come back and they're maybe only down 2-1 in a series and he can carry him then. That would be one hell of a story. I would love to be wrong and for that to happen. But if he does return, he's probably less than 100%. He's probably on some kind of minutes restriction. Even in the playoffs, yes. And they don't have enough. They don't have enough. And that goes back to Rob Pelinka not being able to build a deep enough team. The other thing about this injury is how this factors into the awards now. Because over the last couple of weeks, and for 2 years now, there's the 65-game minimum threshold that you have to play to be eligible for the MVP and postseason awards and all NBA teams. And wouldn't you know it, last night was game number 64 for Luka Doncic. And so, Shams reported that the statement from Luka Doncic's agent, Bill Duffy of WME Basketball, he's basically trying to find a loophole. Luka has performed at a historic level, leading the league in scoring, carrying the Lakers to third place in the Western Conference, placing himself in the middle of one of the most tightly contested MVP races in memory. Quote, to ensure that Luka's incredible accomplishments this season are rightly honored and he can be considered for the league's end of season awards, we intend to apply for an extraordinary circumstances challenge to the 65-game rule. And it goes on to say how Luka missed 2 games earlier for the birth of his second child in Slovenia, and that his daughter was born on December 4th in another continent, and yet he came back and was playing with the team on December 6th. He's going to great lengths to show up for his team. This isn't... I'm sorry. You didn't play 65 games. That's the rule. It's not 64. It's not, well, let's find a loophole. The NBA created this threshold and created this rule, yes, to combat load management, but I'm sorry, man. Well, so what? Are you going to apply a rule then for Cade Cunningham, who has got a collapsed lung? Do we want to apply a rule for Victor Wembanyama? He had a calf strain earlier in the year. I mean, and Wemby's going to get to the 65 games, but I'm saying in case he doesn't. Anthony Edwards is going to end up coming 1 game short. He was hurt with a knee injury the last week. Do you see the Timberwolves trying to apply for extenuating circumstances or extraordinary circumstances to the rule here? No. It's 65 games. Yes, the rule was created to combat load management, but injuries happen. So unless the NBA wants to change this rule in the offseason and change it to 60 games or 55 games, which I'd be okay with if they create a new rule, but the rule is in place. You don't just get to change the rules. So yeah, he's not going to be first team All-NBA. He wasn't going to win the MVP, but even if the voters, thought that he should win the MVP, he can't now because he's going to miss it by 1 game. I do have a solution though. And for me, it beats trying to find a loophole with an extraordinary circumstances challenge. Just have Luka suit up. Have him on the floor for tip-off. And as soon as the ball gets tipped off, throw the ball out of bounds and get him out of the game. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. He can hobble onto the court in basically in street clothes and rip him off jumpsuit style, have his Lakers uniform on. The ball gets tipped off. He stands there. They throw the ball out of bounds. All right, Luka, come out. There's your 65th game. I mean, Mikal Bridges does it every single season to continue his Iron Man streak. And I'm a Knicks fan, and I think it's kind of, it's kind of fugazi. It's kind of lame. Oh, Mikal Bridges has played in every game in 8 straight years. Yeah, the last game of the season, he walks onto the floor, they tip it off, and he gets subbed out. He didn't play the game. But they count it. People have complained about it, but the NBA ain't doing anything about it. So you're telling me if Luka Doncic rolls onto the floor for the last game of the year, they tip it off, they whatever, foul if the other team gets it. If the Lakers get it, throw the ball out of bounds and get him out of the game. And there you go. There's your 65th game. Now he could be first team All-NBA and any other postseason award that he's eligible for. That's it. There's your answer. We don't need to do this whole loophole challenge. Get the hell out of here. Just do that. Just cheat the system like Mikal Bridges does every single year. There's your answer. I found that statement hilarious. Extraordinary circumstances challenge. He got injured. Yeah, it's unfortunate that he got injured 1 game before he was going to get his 65th game played. But that was the rule that was created. You want to change the rule in the offseason? I'd be fine with that. But just have him freaking suit up and get him out of the game a second after it starts. Any point in the last 5 games of the season here. But it's a devastating injury, and it's the end of the Lakers season, in my opinion. And it sucks, because as easy as it is to dunk on Lakers fans, like I said, or Cowboys fans, or Yankees fans, or Duke fans, or the Lakers fans that are also Cowboys and Yankees fans, as easy as it is to dunk on, I was actually looking forward to seeing how far the Lakers could go this postseason because I was a big doubter of theirs earlier this year. And then they evolved and they showed me something and they changed and their offense went to another level and Luka was playing the best ball of his career because there was a lot of debates just a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. Oh, is Nico Harrison right? Luka's complaining to the refs too much. The Lakers are sputtering. They're barely above 500. And he shut everybody up. And I've always been a fan of Luka and the way he plays. And yeah, he's not perfect. Nobody is. Unless you're Michael Jordan. And even then, had to leave the league for 2 years. Nobody's perfect. Luka's not the best defender in the world. Yes, Luka complains to the refs too much, but watching his offensive greatness on a nightly basis, it sucks that he's most likely not going to be available. And I hope I'm wrong. And I hope that in 2 weeks from now, Luka Doncic is medically cleared. He's ready to go for the postseason. Great. I would love to eat my words. But the fact and the reality is, without Luka, the Lakers are gone in the first round. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. 310-840-4910. All right, when we come back, perfect, no more. I'll explain. I'm Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
I mean, you're down by 32. Like, he tweaked his hamstring already. Why is he in the game? Like, why is he in the game? Is that a fair question to ask? And I know sports fans are really sensitive, and Lakers fans will say, well, they cleared him. Why can't he go? Why can't they put him back in there? Grow up. The game was over. He has hurt his hamstring in February and then tweaked it in the first half. If it were me, and I understand I'm not coaching the team, I would have gotten him out of the game. But that's not what happened. So what happens is he leaves, and the Lakers get blown the F out. And now, we have to project a scenario because we don't know the results of the MRI. And obviously they're on the West Coast, so we may not know by the time this show goes off the air at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We may not know. Certainly within the realm of possibility that we don't know. So I'm going to project this, right? I would say it's very unlikely that Luka plays another regular season game. Possible, of course. He could miss no time. I have no idea. But given the facts that I've laid out, like February and then tweaked it earlier, we know how hamstrings are. My sense is we don't see Luka again until the playoffs. He going to be healthy for the playoffs? For the first round? You sure about that? I'm not saying he won't be. But again, consider the facts. I think it's fair to at least call it into question. Right? And I think and hope that this would be a pretty obvious opinion that I'm about to give. I hope so. I hope that even Lakers fans with the purple and gold tinted glasses are not so delusional to think that they could win a first-round playoff series without Luka Doncic. Now, I will acknowledge it would kind of be fun to watch LeBron at 41 try and be like Sylvester Stallone in The Expendables. Just here's the aging action star trying to do it all himself, or with and I know he has a team around him, but the aging action star trying to make it happen. It would be fun to watch LeBron and Reeves try and do that. But come on. I don't think the Rockets, they're beating the Rockets without Luka. The T-Wolves without Luka. The Nuggets without Luka. Let's be serious. Let's be serious. So I don't think the Lakers are doing anything anyway, even with a healthy Luka. They could win one series, then they lose into the Spurs, and if they somehow manage to beat the Spurs, if Wemby gets hurt, they go and get waxed by the Thunder. But they're not even going to win one round if Luka misses postseason time. Did you guys know, as you type in the chat, that like everyone gets a ceremonial watch? I did not know that. So I actually looked this up. Like, what are the watches that you get if you make the Final Four? You get a Final Four branded Timex watch. Okay. Now, if you told me that you get to the Final Four and you get a Rolex, a Patek Philippe, an Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks, right? Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks. A Richard Mille. Man, yeah, I'll lose in the national semifinal. Give me one of those watches. A Timex? What, was Casio not available? Like NCAA, like in the NIL era, we can't do better than this. Just no disrespect to Timex, but just saying.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Last segment talking about Luka Doncic's painful, ill-timed injury, the hamstring strain, grade 2, out indefinitely, no timetable for his return. It's typically a 4 to 6 week injury. The playoffs start in 2 weeks from now, and I think the Lakers are done. They're not getting out of the first round. That's it. Their season effectively ended last night. Well, you know whose season just ended right now? The previously undefeated UConn Huskies. Gino Auriemma's squad get crushed in the fourth quarter, get crushed in the second half, outscored by 16 in the second half, and lose to South Carolina 62-48. Dawn Staley and the Gamecocks are back in the title game. Tania Latson leads them with 16 points and 11 rebounds, and UConn, some of their best players, Sarah Strong, 12 points, but 4 of 16 shooting. Azzy Fudd, 8 points, 3 of 15 shooting. But the real story, unfortunately, has become quite the dust-up between two of the greatest coaches in the game, Gino Auriemma from UConn and Dawn Staley from South Carolina, getting into a shouting argument and kind of going face-to-face with one another with less than a second to go, and then they don't even shake hands after the game ends. Gino Auriemma walks off without shaking Dawn Staley's hand, and this is my immediate takeaway. Again, I was trying to pay attention to the game. We're doing the show here. I'm catching bits and pieces, but all of a sudden social media has blown up here, and all my friends are texting about it. I mean, this was a hell of a game, and South Carolina, the fact that they took down undefeated UConn deserves the headlines, but this is what we're talking about. My immediate takeaway after watching some of the clips and watching the altercation, if you will, in the commercial break, for one of the greatest coaches of all time in any sport, Gino Auriemma, the winningest coach of all time in college basketball, he looks like a sore loser here. He looks like a sore loser. I don't care what happens in the heat of the game, in between the lines, or on the sideline during the game. And 99.9% of the time, it will never warrant not shaking the opposing coach's hand. Unless there is a brawl in the final second of the game and the refs just say, get the kids, get off the floor. That's it. You're ending the game. Which, I mean, again, like in this scenario, there was 0.8 of a second left when this happened, but there wasn't any brawl. Gino Auriemma was so upset about the officiating. We're going to hear it in just a second here. His in-game interview going into the fourth quarter, he basically went nuclear on the refs, and he basically taken a shot at Dawn Staley, saying that she calls the refs names you don't want to hear. I don't care about any of that. Once the game ends, you show the sportsmanship that you're supposed to teach kids from the ages of 5 all the way to the professional level. You shake the hands after the game ends. And Gino Auriemma couldn't even shake Dawn Staley's hand after the game ended. He walked off to the arena, walked off to the tunnel like a sore loser. Come on, man. You're better than that, Gino. Have a little bit more pride. The winningest coach of all time. He had multiple undefeated seasons, but last couple of years here, UConn, this has been their ending spot. Producer Brandon Combs telling me in the break they've lost, and in the last 11 years, they've lost 8 times in the national semifinal. This was their year to get back atop the throne of women's college hoops, 38-0. And they get bounced by South Carolina, and because you got into a little bit of a verbal dust-up with Dawn Staley, that means you shouldn't shake her hand after the game? You got to be much better than that, Gino. You're not setting a good example with that. I'm sorry. You look like a sore loser. Plain and simple. So here is, let's first hear Gino ripping the officiating and taking a shot at Dawn Staley during an in-game interview going into the fourth quarter when UConn they were down by 5 going into the fourth. And here is this in-game interview, courtesy of ESPN.
Well, Coach, a kind of wild turn of events. Sarah Strong's jersey is split right down the middle. I saw you speaking to the refs about it. What message did you try to convey?
Right. There were 6 fouls called that quarter, all of them against us. And they've been beating shit out of our guys down there the entire game. And I'm not making excuses because we haven't been able to make a shot. But this is ridiculous. Their coach rants and raves on the sideline and calls the referee some names you don't want to hear. And now we get 6-0, and I got a kid with a ripped jersey, and they go, I didn't see it. Come on, man. This is for the national championship.
Now I'm on Twitter, and I'm searching out Sarah Strong here, and there's a lot of clips that it looks like she rips her own jersey. Now, does he have every right to be upset with the officials? I didn't watch the game from start to finish. I'm looking at the foul count here. UConn got called for 17 fouls. South Carolina got called for 8. From the bits and pieces I was watching during the show here, it looked like a physical game. South Carolina ends up taking 22 free throws. UConn takes 6. So for two teams that play pretty physical, does Gino Auriemma have a right to be upset? Absolutely. Is he okay for calling out the officials during the in-game interview? Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Heck, I would say it's even borderline. I don't know if in the heat of the moment, he's saying, and the coach ranting and raving, she says names about the refs you wouldn't want to hear. Probably close to crossing the line, but that's fine. When the game ends, you shake the other coach's hand. Plain and simple. Gino Auriemma had no right to do that. No right. Here's Dawn Staley, South Carolina coach, talking about the dust-up with Gino on the sidelines after the game.
What went wrong on the sideline right now?
I have no idea. But I'm going to let you know this. I'm of integrity. So if I did something wrong to Gino, I had no idea what I did. I guess he thought I didn't shake his hand at the beginning of the game. I didn't know. I went down there pregame, shook everybody on his staff's hand. I don't know what he came with after the game, but hey, sometimes things get heated. We move on.
Yeah, and that's really nicely handled by Dawn Staley there. Excuse me. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, and only the coaches can tell us what happened. Again, this looks like I'm watching the clip again when there's 1.5 seconds left or 0.8 of a second left. And they look like they're already going to shake hands because the game is about to be over. They're going to inbound the ball, and that's it. And they meet at center court, and their hands are extended. And then Gino says something, and Dawn Staley kind of immediately starts barking back at him. And the UConn assistant coaches pull Geno Smith away from it. And then Dawn Staley goes berserk. And she keeps, you could read her lips. She goes, I would never do that. I would never do that. And it's got ugly. They both had to be held back. Drama, the women's Final Four. Just gathering the info that I can gather here and watching the clips from the last part of this game. To me, this just seems like Gino Auriemma is a sore loser. They had an undefeated season. You lost the game. You were upset with the officials. You're irate with the officials. That's fine. That is fine. But to not shake the opposing coach's hand at the end of the game, there's no room for that. There is no room for that. Not only the undefeated season comes to an end, 54-game winning streak snapped tonight for UConn. And their coach kind of embarrassed himself afterwards. And this is arguably the greatest college coach of all time. And this was a rematch from the national championship last year, where UConn dominated South Carolina, 82-59. They dominated them for their 12th national title. And a year later, they're on the losing end. And I don't remember Dawn Staley not shaking Gino Auriemma's hand last year. I mean, it was a blowout, so there wasn't much to say. This became a blowout in the final minutes. But I think Gino Auriemma is going to wake up tomorrow, and he's going to feel really bad about this. He's going to feel embarrassed, and he should. He should have a lot of shame. Because that's not how you conduct yourself. Plain and simple. But things getting spicy in the women's Final Four. South Carolina ends UConn's undefeated season. Dawn Staley and Gino get into it after the game. Doesn't shake her hand. That's an embarrassing moment for Gino Auriemma, for somebody that has had the most accomplished career in the history of the game and has had many moments where he's handled himself with great pride and great respect and shown great humility and great respect to the opposing teams. Again, every coach will have their fiery moments. Every coach will have their moments where they blow up on the sideline. Every coach will rip the refs. That's fine. There should never, ever be a moment where you refuse to shake the opposing coach's hand. Tough look. Tough look. Not only do you lose, you go out looking like a sore loser in the process. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. 310-840-4910. UCLA and Texas coming up. That's a tough act to follow. That game just happened with South Carolina and UConn. So we'll take your calls and thoughts on that. And then also on the men's side, seeing a lot of people today with North Carolina's failed pursuit of Tommy Lloyd. Are there any blue bloods left in college basketball? I'll give you my answer when we return. Plus, we'll get you some scoreboard updates on the NBA and Major League Baseball. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
A running back is a position you take early to get you over the top, not when you're rebuilding. Not when you're rebuilding. So Tennessee is rebuilding, and maybe they think they could be great this year. They still have needs on the rest of the roster. You can't take a running back. There's no way in the world you can tell me that if you look at the New York Football Giants roster, where the offensive line still isn't good, and outside of Malik Neighbors, none of the wide receivers, we are talking right now with the Giants about Odell Beckham Jr. coming back. John Harbaugh had a face-to-face with Odell Beckham. And I love OBJ. I'm a Giants fan. In his first couple years, he was not literally, because he's not the same person, he was as good as Jerry Rice his first couple years. As good as Jerry Rice the first couple years. That was a long time ago. Odell Beckham Jr. And we're talking about a running back when you could potentially take Carnell Tate or Maui Noah or another offensive lineman or, someone on defense to fix a horrible defense. What if Sonny Styles is there? We're going to skip Sonny Styles? A potential all-pro linebacker to take a running back? What? And let's say you wanted to make the case that the Washington Commanders, okay, they made the title game a couple years ago, and maybe they are in a position to supercharge and get them over the hump here, and that's why you take the running back. Okay. Have you seen the wide receiving group in Washington? It's Terry McLaurin and then me, Tyler, Kenny, and Bill. Are we serious here? Where if you're a Commanders fan, you would rather have Jeremiah Love than Carnell Tate if he's there. You'd rather have Jeremiah Love than Mekhi Lemon if Lemon's there. Or Jordan Tyson if Jordan Tyson's there. Really? Really? Commanders general manager Adam Peters saying this week that they can't believe that they got both Odafe Owe and Caleb on Chason in free agency going to be their starting edge players this year. Like they just signed, like it's like Reggie White and Bruce Smith. The defense was horrible last year. Horrible. They've improved in free agency. I'm not saying they haven't, but we're really going to make it like the Commanders are a running back away from getting over the hump when they need a receiver desperately and absolutely need help on defense.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call and you can text 310-840-4910. I'm still fired up about that ending between Gino Auriemma and Dawn Staley going after one another like that. Both kind of having to be held back / like pushed along, moved along. And when the dust settles, South Carolina dominates UConn in the second half, ends the Huskies' undefeated season, beats them by 14 points, 62-48. Rematch of the national championship game from last year and the defending champs. The unbeaten season, the 54-game win streak, all come to a close. We're actually already midway through the first quarter. In the second game, another couple of 1 seeds, UCLA and Texas, and the Lady Bruins lead the Lady Longhorns 7-4. UCLA out in front in the first couple of minutes. But again, tough act to follow what Gino Auriemma and Dawn Staley delivered. When you thought that there was the game was over and it was a blowout, we get a nice little dust up. And that looked is probably the best rivalry in women's college basketball, UConn, South Carolina, considering how many times they have met in the national championship game or the Final Four here over the last decade plus. And now you got the latest installment of that. Okay, let's get you a scoreboard update on the other big games here on this Friday night before we continue on with the show. Because we haven't talked much NBA here tonight. There wasn't a whole lot of high-profile games. It was a lot of blowout potential games with good teams playing bad teams, and that's kind of exactly what has transpired. Let's see who can get the biggest blowout of the night. So we'll start with the games that are finished. Hornets crushed the Pacers 129-108. And just in terms of what the Eastern Conference standings now look like, the Charlotte Hornets are now only a game and a half behind the Philadelphia 76ers for the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference. And the Hornets just continue to roll. Speaking of the Sixers, it's still a game and a half because they beat the Minnesota Timberwolves with Anthony Edwards returning tonight after missing last night's game with an illness, and that was the last game he could have he couldn't afford to miss any more games because otherwise he wouldn't get to the 65 game threshold, and he missed it last night with an illness, and it was probably a pretty damn good one, a pretty damn good illness, or I guess a pretty bad one, because he played tonight and he went 3 for 15 from the field and only scored 8 points. And the Sixers get a big win over the T-Wolves, 115-103. So again, both of these teams right now, the 6th seed in each conference. Philly trying to hold off the Raptors and the Hornets. The T-Wolves almost guaranteed to avoid the play-in tournament, but now slipping further and further out of a chance to have home court advantage in the first round in the playoffs. But again, to start this hour, I talked about Luka Doncic's injury for the Lakers, and I bet the Timberwolves are saying, fine, we'll lose every game the rest of this season if that means we get to play the Lakers in a 3-6 matchup. But either way, it's a big win for the Philadelphia 76ers. Joel Embiid, 19 points, 13 rebounds. Paul George actually led the way with 23 points. So he came back from his PED suspension. Tyrese Maxey is back. The Sixers are whole. And last night I talked as a diehard New York Knicks fan about there would be a little bit of nervousness for me if it's Knicks Sixers in the first round because of the what if. What if Joel Embiid stays healthy? What if Paul George... I mean, that's probably the extent of it, right? But what if Joel Embiid stays healthy? Because Paul George probably will not be performing at a high level in the postseason. I think we're a couple of years removed from that. But hey, they gave him a boatload of cash a couple of years ago, so that's funny. And then we got a couple of major blowouts going on right now. The Hawks, 2 minutes left to go. They're leading the Nets 135-104. Rockets lead the Jazz 107-78. Celtics lead the Bucks 101-73. And the biggest blowout of the night is probably going to be my New York Knicks over producer Brandon Combs' Chicago Bulls. 123-87. The Knicks are up by 36 points. So, not a good night for the folks that love the NBA like me, trying to defend it against the folks that hate the NBA and say, well, it's nothing but blowouts. When literally every game has been a blowout. Because you got playoff teams playing non-playoff teams that are got nothing to play for. So, there's that in the NBA. Major League Baseball, we've got 3 games going on right now, and we've got the Mets and the Giants kicking off in about 25 minutes. But we got into Connor Griffin's debut earlier today, the 19-year-old phenom teenage shortstop, number 1 prospect in baseball, ripping an RBI double in his first big league at-bat, and the Pirates winning. Talked about Aaron Judge going deep in his first at-bat at home this year on opening day for the Yankees. They're 6-1, and they've only given up 8 runs in 7 games, tied for the fewest in Major League history through the first 7 games. Shohei Ohtani also went deep today because that was pretty critical because Shohei was in a bit of a slump. He's in a bit of a slump to start the year. With the numbers from today's game, Shohei's numbers on the season, he's up to a 217 average with a 754 OPS. So even that's far below what we expect from Shohei Ohtani, but maybe he is starting to break out of a little early season funk because he went deep tonight or earlier today against the Nationals in D.C., had 2 hits, including that home run, and 4 RBIs. You also had Freddie Freeman go deep for the second time this year, Mookie Betts go deep for the second time this year, and Kyle Tucker go deep for the first time this year. And Andy Pages hit a home run as well. So the Dodgers literally just clubbed their way to a win against the Nationals. And, we had this debate. Was it earlier in the week, about whether or not Ohtani is going to do everything he can to win the Cy Young this year, because it's the one award that's basically eluded him. And I wondered aloud, I wonder if that might deter his focus even a little bit at the plate. And again, it's the first 7 games of the season, but before today he was hitting under 200. So was this game today against Washington, was this the beginning of Shohei returning to Godzilla form, machine form at the plate? And, in a week from now, maybe the average will be up over 300 and the OPS will be up over 1,000. And we're going to say, oh yeah, that was just a little early season slump for Shohei. That's very well in the cards. I wouldn't put it past him. Would not put that past him whatsoever. Okay, we'll get you some more baseball scores in a bit because there was a ton of matinee games today with a bunch of teams having their home openers. But I want to get to a topic here. Something we talked about in the beginning of the show. Arizona men's basketball coach Tommy Lloyd agreeing with a 5-year deal to stay at Arizona and kind of spurning North Carolina in the process. A lot of reports that the Tar Heels were going to make him the second highest paid coach in men's college basketball, and he turned that down, although he does get a nice promotion for Arizona, and he also basically no longer has to report to the AD. So he's like a czar. Tommy Lloyd is now like a czar at Arizona in Tucson. And I saw a lot of people questioning, and I kind of thought it to myself as well. If North Carolina can't get Tommy Lloyd, they can't get TJ Otzelberger to leave Iowa State. They can't get Todd Golden to leave Florida. They're trying to get Dusty May probably to leave Michigan, and I wouldn't be confident that happens. If North Carolina can't get their pick of the litter, are there any blue bloods left in college basketball? Look at Kentucky. They're a blue blood. They haven't had the same success here over the last couple of years. Tom Izzo's still at Michigan State. They're still a perennial tournament team, but they're not making consistent runs to the Final Four. Look at Kansas. Bill Self talks of retirement this past offseason. They haven't gotten to the Sweet 16 in 4 years now. Who else? Duke. Duke's had the most success, and they've choked away 2 gargantuan leads over the last couple of years. In the last 2 years. They haven't made the title game yet with John Shire. And North Carolina with Hubert Davis, 4 out of the past 5 years, they haven't made it past the first round. And now with the NIL and the transfer portal, are there any blue bloods left in college basketball? I still think the money and the resources, there might be teams like Arizona, and there might be teams like Gonzaga, and there might be teams like Houston, who I don't think you would put in the blue bloods category, that have these little mini years of really good seasons, of great runs year after year. I still think the money that Duke has, the success that Duke has, and just because of a 4-year lean period with North Carolina, again, they did go to the championship game in year 1 with Hubert Davis. I still think the blue bloods are alive and well. They might have some lean years. You're kidding yourself if you don't think that these schools have a distinct advantage over the rest of the country. All right, hot or cold is next on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
like what unlocks the Celtics and the reason that they won a title 2 years ago was his defensive versatility. We are old enough. We remember the death lineup for the Warriors, right? The Warriors were able to craft a lineup that was singularly outstanding defensively and impossible to defend. And the reason that they were so good defensively is because Draymond Green was able to play the big on the other side of the court well. He was able to defend that player well. And that meant that you could have a piece on the floor, a chess piece on the floor that was able to take away the opposing big and could also pass phenomenally and could also make a three, right? And what I see with Tatum and the Celtics right now is literally he is fulfilling the Draymond Green role for a death lineup where you have spacing and shooters everywhere. And he can defend the opposing big. That is impossibly valuable in today's NBA. And Draymond Green, for everything you want to praise him, he's not Tatum. Certainly not offensively. He can't get his own bucket, and he is not as good of a shooter. So he never was as good of a shooter as Tatum is, in my opinion. So if Tatum has unlocked the ability to pass in the way that Draymond does, and he can do the things defensively that Draymond was doing, specifically being the counterpiece to the opposing big, like. I just see a ceiling for this Celtics team that's just not even remotely reflected in the odds board right now.
Well, I think for, Illinois, their defense has improved so much from seeing them in February where it's like, God, these guys just, they cannot get consistent stops, to then seeing them in Houston. And granted, Houston's not the greatest offensive team. They're not a juggernaut. Iowa certainly isn't either, but they were giving them real problems. And their positional size is a problem for offenses to play against. But UConn is a different beast. And I'm really intrigued to see if that defensive improvement sticks, because Connecticut is going to run guys off screens and cut and slip, and they're a different animal. And I'm really curious to see if Illinois' improvement is the real deal, or if it's a little bit of just the fact that they were playing two offenses that could bog down. And, with UConn, you've got the Danny Hurley effect where they're running great stuff and they just find ways to win games. But I could not have been more impressed with Illinois in Houston. I thought offensively they handled everything that Houston threw at them. The pressure, the reads. Keaton Wagler was composed, under control. And honestly, for this game, the rebounding is so important because Illinois truly looks to destroy you on the offensive glass. And they're looking for kick-out threes. The three-point line looms large, and I think UConn, they're going to need some of the guys that haven't shot the ball well, the solo balls, the Braylon Mullins. Those guys have got to shoot it better. But rebounding, to me, is where it's going to come down to, because Illinois can just overwhelm you with their size and second chances.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or you can text your thoughts at 310-840-4910. If you do text, just tell us what your name is and where you're from so we can feature you on the show. We've had a couple of texters into the show tonight. So if you'd like to do that, if you're a little too nervous to make a phone call, that's fine. No problem whatsoever. You can text 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Keeping you updated on the women's Final Four. We broke down the spicy meet the ball ending between Dawn Staley and Gino Auriemma after the South Carolina Gamecocks ended UConn's undefeated season, snapped their 54-game winning streak, and got revenge for getting blown out by UConn in the national title game last year. And Gino and Dawn Staley going at it with a verbal altercation just as the game was ending, and then Gino walks off the floor, doesn't shake Dawn Staley's hand once the game ended. I thought that was a sore loser moment for sure. And so there was that. That's the big news here in the last 30 minutes. Big news of the day, Luka Doncic out indefinitely with a grade 2 hamstring strain. I think the Lakers are getting bounced in the first round. Also, Connor Griffin, Pirates phenom, teenager, shortstop, 19 years old, gets called up, and in his first big league at-bat, rips an RBI double. Pirates get a win over the Orioles. They're above 500. Could the Pirates be a playoff team? So we still got much more baseball takeaways to give you, a couple of baseball scores and reactions from games earlier today, and we'll keep you updated with the 4 night games that are going on here on this Friday night. But it is the final hour. It's hour number 5, and that means it's time to kick things off with a little hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. Let's get Combs in the mix. Combsy, what's going on, brother? I'll let you actually, we're going to probably go to it here in hot or cold, so I'll wait to hear your thoughts on the Dawn Staley-Gino beef. But what's going on this Friday night, brother?
Hey, man, it's Friday night. We've got a hell of a weekend of sports ahead of us. I mean, not only you got the women's Final Four, the women's championship game will be on Sunday, and you got the men's Final Four Saturday, championship on Monday. You got baseball all weekend. You got the UFC fights. It's going to be incredible. So I'm excited for the weekend, but also excited to do some hot or cold with my guy, Pat Boyle.
Yeah, your guy who, here, I got one for you. Hot or cold, combs through the list on purpose so that I would get a W.
Oh.
We did.
I don't even let my kids win when we play like board games. Like
I know
I will flip the table if my kids are going to win a board game. So no, I did not throw the game so that you could win. I made a mistake, and it will never.
The last 10 AL
again.
and NL Rookie of the Year
My
winners,
God.
and you went Mason Miller, and you were wrong. And then you after I beat Brad, and there was still like 4, 5, 6, 7 slots left open, you basically rattled them off all perfectly. So that the one you would have gotten wrong, and you said it first.
I know. Things happen. You know, it's sometimes you do things and you make mistakes and then you lose. But at least I lost graciously. I didn't go crazy. I waited till the end. You know, I didn't come over to shake your hand and then yell in your face like somebody did tonight. But you know, I lost with grace. Things happen.
All right, so since your hot or cold question, I'm looking at it now. It's actually a little bit different. What did you think? I think Gino Smith. I think Gino Auriemma looks like a sore loser for not shaking Dawn Staley's hand. What did you make of the that little dust up there at the end of the game?
Yeah, it's a bad look for Gino, and a guy who, you know, look, he's been a legend for a long time and one of the greatest coaches. I think I put it in the hot or cold what we did with Brad earlier in the week, that Gino Auriemma is the greatest college basketball coach of all time, because I believe that he is. I mean, the amount of Final Fours that he's been to, regardless of what the record, you know, I know 8 of the last 11 they've lost in the Final Four, but still to go to, I mean, that string of dominance in that sport is insane. I it's just a bad look for him, and I think that this might be it for Gino Auriemma. I don't think he talked post game. I've already seen the Dawn Staley post game. I've seen Dawn Staley talk with the media after the game. There is nothing of Gino Auriemma that has hit yet, and that's the first thing people would have posted. I think he's done, man. I really do.
Wow. You think he's done?
I do. I think he retires.
I haven't paid, I guess, close enough attention to see if there has been rumors of Gino Auriemma retiring.
I think there's signs that when you get older, and you start getting angrier, I think Gino Auriemma is going to look back at this maybe tomorrow, maybe on Sunday when he looks back at this altercation, and I think that he's going to be like, you know what, it's time for me to walk away. It's time for me to walk. I can't. Something came over him tonight, man. It really did. Not only in his in-game press conference. Look, I know the in-game interview. This is why I hate the in-game interview with coaches and players, because sometimes you get it's not a good time to interview a coach or a player.
Yeah, in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, especially a coach or a player that's losing and feeling like they're getting the short end of the stick, because you put them in a bad position. And his comments there, and then the way that he handled the Dawn Staley stuff was just, it's just a bad look, and I think he's going to be embarrassed by it. And I think it might be his realization that it's time for him to walk away.
Okay, that is possible. I did Google it though, and so in an interview earlier this month, it's April. So in an interview last month with the Hartford Courant, Auriemma stated his intention to return for another season, noting he has never been prouder of his team. So he has confirmed he will return for next season. But I don't know. Maybe do you think something like this could potentially change his mind?
I do. I think there's sometimes, like I said, sometimes you just get to that point where you have a realization, you know what, that's not me. And maybe it's time that I step away from what I'm doing, because I'm not myself anymore. And I don't know, how old is Gino? I don't even know how old he is. He's got to be in his 70s.
I think he's like 71, 72.
No. So I just, watching that exchange, it's tough. And people are blasting him all over the place. I already see, of course, Stephen A. was the first one to hop on it. He's all over Twitter already blasting Gino. But it's, it's going to be a tough look. It's going to be a tough couple of days for Gino Auriemma. That's for sure. It's going to be interesting over for the UConn Huskies women's team.
Here's a bold take. They win the title next year, and then he retires.
It's possible. They're always there. They're always there. They're
like literally, you got like a
25%
25% chance of it happening, because they're almost certainly going to be in the Final Four next year.
Correct. But yeah, that leads us into our hot or cold. Do you want to get into it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Diana Taurasi will take over as head coach of UConn when Gino retires, which I think is going to be next week.
Yeah, we were talking. So Taurasi, she retired playing, and she's in like a kind of advisor role for UConn. She's not actually an assistant coach.
Correct.
All right, but she's with the team. Why not? Why not basically leave the team to arguably the greatest player of that program's history? No disrespect to Paige Beckers or anybody else in recent memory, but for me, I'll always think it. You tell me first person you think of when you think of UConn women's hoops, it's Diana Taurasi, always, or it'd be Gino Auriemma, but player wise, it's Diana. So why not? Right? Why not? She's been able to learn firsthand from Gino here over however long she's been in this advisor, like pseudo assistant role. Why not? Why not Diana? No, and again, no disrespect to any of the current assistant coaches on the squad or on the staff, but you're talking about Diana's mid-30s, early 40s here. Why not? I'll go hot.
Yeah, look, I think Taurasi is the no-brainer here. She was a huge part of Paige Beckers last year. Huge influence on her with UConn. And look, she played for Gino. She's been with Gino this entire time. And when you're, like you said, when you talk about UConn, like, I don't care if you told me on any given day, hey, who's the first player you think of when you think of UConn basketball, men or women? The first name I'm saying is Diana Taurasi, because that's the name for me most synonymous with UConn basketball, men or women. That's the first name that I can come up with if you ask me about a UConn basketball player. I think that it's a no-brainer, and if she wants to be a head coach, I think the job's hers.
All right. Again, not to shut it down, just a little live Googling search from me here as we're going through this. So I guess Diana has been asked if she would consider coaching, and her answer was nope, 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 stating she would rather spend time on a beach or in retirement. I think she also has been involved in coaching her 7-year-old's team, her 7-year-old son's basketball team, and she wants to launch a basketball camp to develop, for young girls and young women. But people change their mind all the time. So, like I said,
isn't that coaching?
Well, coaching your kid.
I want
is
to do a
different.
camp to develop players.
Yeah, I mean, look, holding a camp for a week every, I don't know what, even if she does once a month, 12 times out of the year, and coaching your kid, I think that's probably a lot less arduous, a lot less of a grind than coaching in college.
I can't imagine that if UConn wanted Diana Taurasi to coach, and all of a sudden they put this campaign together for Diana to be the coach, that she would be able to tell them no. Like, not, you know what I mean? Just from an emotional standpoint for her. Like, if all of a sudden they put together this campaign, and Paige is talking to her, and all of these players that she's been around are like, hey, we would love to have you here. I can't imagine that she doesn't take that job.
I can't answer with certainty, but I like the idea of it, so that's why I said hot. All right, let's move on.
All right.
Hot or cold, off the Luka Doncic injury news, grade 2 hamstring strain ruled out indefinitely. Hot or cold, Combs, the Lakers make it past the first round in the playoffs?
Ooh, right now they would play who? The Houston Rockets?
No, Timberwolves.
Okay.
Them, the Nuggets, the Rockets, and the T-Wolves, all 4 of them are separated by, I think, 2.5 games. So it could change.
I'm going to have to go cold, just because, one, like you said, it could change, especially with no Luka. They could fall. They're 7-6 without Luka this year. I don't know that they're going to be able to hang on to the 3 seed. I'm gonna go cold, because all of those teams that are sitting behind them are really good, and if they're healthy and the Lakers aren't, did you watch what Bronny James looked like yesterday against OKC?
He can't dribble. He can't dribble the basketball.
He can't pass. He can't do anything. It was brutal to watch, and OKC just thumped them. I don't think they make it out of the first round without Luka.
I agree. And I think there's potential they get swept. Like, I think the drop-off, if Luka's not on the floor, is that great. The only, the miracle in this scenario would be the Lakers are down 3-1, and so it's game 5, and at this point, we're 2 weeks into the playoffs. 4 weeks from now, grade 2 hamstring strain, typically 4 to 6 week recovery. Luka comes back for a game 5, and the Lakers, pull off a 3-1 comeback. But they probably had a slightly above 50-50 shot at beating either Denver, Houston, or Minnesota. And now you take Luka off the floor, and he comes back, and he's not 100%. We saw what happened with the Warriors last year when Steph Curry went down with the hamstring injury, and there were some people, maybe the Warriors can beat the Timberwolves without him. Nonsense. They got destroyed, got annihilated. And that was Jimmy Butler, who's, by the way, torn ACL right now. Jimmy Butler was healthy and playing, and they got smoked.
Yeah. Does it sound insane to you that you say it with like that it's because it is normal, but is it insane to you that you just said if they're going into game 5 and we're 2 weeks into the NBA playoffs, they're going to be going into game 5? You said it's a normal thing. I actually thought, my first thought was won't that be week 3 or 4 of the NBA playoffs? But
no, I think for the most part, they don't. Hockey moves faster, right? Hockey is traditionally every other day for at least the first 2 rounds. NBA, though, for whatever reason, it'll be every other day, but then like, twice within a series, you'll get the 2 days off. And I just don't get why. Sometimes it's not even for the travel. Sometimes there will be 2 days off between like game 1 and game 2. And I'm like, what is the point of this?
Yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was a series last year that had 3 days off between games. 3 days off.
That's preposterous. It's preposterous.
It's insane. Why do you need that much rest?
I don't know.
And you rested all season long. What the hell you need rest in the playoffs for now too?
Yeah, and you're only traveling within a series. You're traveling back and forth between either your home and whoever you're playing, and there's no back-to-backs. So yeah. I don't get it. It's got to be something to do with the TV rights.
Lakers versus Clippers with 3 days off between games 1 and 2.
Take a vacation, literally.
Just Jesus. All right, you want to hit one more here?
Yes.
All right, Connor Griffin will be an all-star this season. Hot or cold?
For some reason, I'm irrationally super high on Connor Griffin. So you know what? Screw it. I'll go hot. And even if it's like borderline, or even if he doesn't really, the numbers don't deserve for him to be an all-star, Major League Baseball will make him an all-star. Which honestly, I like. I like how they did it with Jacob Mizorowski last year. The guy had how many starts under Mizorowski's belt did he have last year? And going into the All-Star break, he had only started like 3 or 4 games, and there were so many people freaking out. Are you kidding me? This guy's an all-star? I like that Major League Baseball did that. It got a chance to showcase one of the top young prospects and young studs in the game, and he was awesome in the all-star game, and it was for a freaking inning. It's an exhibition. So if Connor Griffin plays well enough, and he's already here and in the first week of the season, if he plays well enough to be in the consideration, I think he will get the nod to be an all-star. Which again is they've changed the voting recently, Combs. It used to be they've changed. I forget how they do it with the fans, but then now it's down to the players and coaches or something like that. But anyway, if he's even close to consideration, I think Major League Baseball will do the right thing and give him the nod to go to the All-Star game to showcase him.
It used to be strictly a fan vote, and now they've added in, so it's like 3-part. Fans to players to coaches, however they do it now. But I'm with you. Like it's about whether or not, because would you rather see Jacob Mizorowski in that spot? And it was 5 games, by the way. I looked it up. It was 5 games before he got voted in. At that point, would you rather see Mizorowski come in and throw 105 miles an hour in the All-Star game and have fun for a couple of innings pitching against the best players in the world? Or would you rather watch the Colorado Rockies single guy who got voted in come in the 5th inning and throw? Come on. It's Mizorowski. So Connor Griffin, I mean, look, I think he's going to be an all-star anyway because I think he's going to put up the numbers. I also am super high on Connor Griffin. I love this kid. I think I said this in our preseason predictions. I think the Pirates are going to the playoffs, and I think Connor Griffin is going to be a major part of that. So I definitely think he's going to be an all-star. I think this kid is going to be one of those that hits probably 290 to 300, if not more, which nowadays that's a new 400, and maybe 20 to 25 home runs. And this kid's going to be a doubles machine, man. Absolutely a doubles machine in Connor Corner.
Connor's Corner, that's right. Yeah, that which him and his dad named on the hit tracks that he would hit on, and they put the projection screen of PNC Park. The Pirates, that would be one of the only smart things Bob Nutting has done here recently is if they do that Connor's Corner in the left field corner for him. You got to market your kid. You got to market your stars, man. Got to market your stars because we know the Pirates. They probably won't, I was thinking we're going to get a contract extension probably done here in the next 24 to 48 hours. So I was going to joke and say they're not going to pay him long term anyway, but they actually might. They'll do it when it's the cheapest to do it. So, but
yes.
All right. Let's take a short break. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I got some other notes and nuggets for hot or cold that I want to throw at producer Brandon Combs. I know he's got some for me as well. So we'll come back, Get you caught up on the second women's Final Four game going on right now. UCLA, Texas, couple of baseball scores and basketball scores as well. We're your nightly Central Sports Hub. Follow the games with us. Get in on the conversation. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I mean, you're down by 32. Like, he tweaked his hamstring already. Why is he in the game? Like, why is he in the game? Is that a fair question to ask? And I know sports fans are really sensitive, and Lakers fans will say, well, they cleared him. Why can't he go? Why can't they put him back in there? Grow up. The game was over. He has hurt his hamstring in February and then tweaked it in the first half. If it were me, and I understand I'm not coaching the team, I would have gotten him out of the game. But that's not what happened. So what happens is he leaves, and the Lakers get blown the F out. And now, we have to project a scenario because we don't know the results of the MRI. And obviously they're on the West Coast, so we may not know by the time this show goes off the air at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We may not know. Certainly within the realm of possibility that we don't know. So I'm going to project this, right? I would say it's very unlikely that Luka plays another regular season game. Possible, of course. He could miss no time. I have no idea. But I mean, given the facts that I've laid out, like February and then tweaked it earlier, we know how hamstrings are. My sense is we don't see Luka again until the playoffs. He going to be healthy for the playoffs? For the first round? You sure about that? I'm not saying he won't be. But again, consider the facts. I think it's fair to at least call it into question. Right? And I think and hope that this would be a pretty obvious opinion that I'm about to give. I hope so. I hope that even Lakers fans with the purple and gold tinted glasses are not so delusional to think that they could win a first-round playoff series without Luka Doncic. Now, I will acknowledge it would kind of be fun to watch LeBron at 41 try and be like Sylvester Stallone in The Expendables. Just here's the aging action star trying to do it all himself, or with the, and I know he has a team around him, but the aging action star trying to make it happen. It would be fun to watch LeBron and Reeves try and do that. But come on. I don't think the Rockets, they're beating the Rockets without Luka. The T-Wolves without Luka. The Nuggets without Luka. Let's be serious. Let's be serious. So I don't think the Lakers are doing anything anyway, even with a healthy Luka. They could win one series, then they lose into the Spurs. And if they somehow manage to beat the Spurs, if Wemby gets hurt, they going to get waxed by the Thunder. But they're not even going to win one round if Luka misses postseason time. Did you guys know, just type in the chat, that everyone gets a ceremonial watch? I did not know that. So I actually looked this up. What are the watches that you get if you make the Final Four? You get a Final Four branded Timex watch. Okay. Now, if you told me that you get to the Final Four and you get a Rolex, Patek Philippe, an Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks, right? Audemars that's losing time hidden behind all these big rocks. A Richard Mille. Man, I'll lose in the national semifinal. Give me one of those watches. A Timex? What, was Casio not available? Like NCAA, like in the NIL era, we can't do better than this? Just, no disrespect to Timex, but just saying.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, Friday night, last half hour before we turn things over to Josh Graham with Westwood One Sports Night. He'll take you from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern, all the way through the finish of this UCLA-Texas women's Final Four game. The rest of the Friday night in baseball and in the NBA. Any thoughts you have, you want to get in on the show here, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's get you a quick scoreboard update here on that women's game in the Final Four. Again, earlier tonight, South Carolina ended UConn's undefeated season, ended their 54-game winning streak, got revenge from UConn blowing them out in the national championship game last year. So South Carolina and Dawn Staley back in the title game. They await the winner of UCLA and Texas, and another defensive battle between a couple of one seeds. UCLA leads Texas 20-17 at the half. In the NBA, again, a lot of good teams or playoff teams playing a lot of bad teams that are clearly tanking. And, you could say that the teams that are non-playoff teams are winning just as much as the playoff teams are because they're effectively improving their draft stock. And so there's a lot of ugly scores out there. No real upsets to be found here. The Knicks beat the Bulls by 40. That's the biggest blowout of the night. So really that's kind of the headline for tonight in the NBA. The one game with two playoff teams, the Sixers beat the T-Wolves 115-103. Anthony Edwards coming back from what was reportedly an illness last night. And he's definitely sick. He only scored 8 points and shot 3 of 15 from the field. Raptors blowing out the Grizzlies. Magic blowing out the Mavericks. Producer Brandon Combs wondered if the Magic would win another game all year. And it looks like the Mavericks, I don't know if they're laying over for him or rolling over for him, but the Magic are up by 13 midway through the third quarter. So it looks like every team with the better record is going to end up coasting to a win tonight, with the exception of, again, the Sixers, only 4 less wins than the T-Wolves. They won that game in Philly tonight. And then Major League Baseball, 4 games going on right now. You got the Mariners and Angels scoreless in the bottom of the second. Braves and D-backs scoreless in the top of the fourth. Astros and A's tied at 1 in the bottom of the third. Yordan Alvarez, no home run so far, but he does have a sac fly, so his monster start at his season continues. Shea Langoliers, who already has 5 home runs, he has walked so far in his only at-bat. And then the Mets lead the Giants 2-0 in the top of the first, and the Mets have bases loaded here already. Bo Bichette with an RBI single and Marcus Semien with an RBI single. So 2 guys that have not played all that well to start the year, getting a couple of RBI knocks to boost their batting average and boost their confidence. And it looks like the Mets did just leave the bases loaded stranding. Their rookie Carson Benj just struck out to end the inning. All right, before we get back to hot or cold, producer Brandon Combs has procured some snippets of Gino Auriemma post-game, which we wondered whether he's going to skip the podium because he skipped the handshake, a very spicy dust-up verbal altercation right before the end of the game between he and Dawn Staley, and then he didn't shake Dawn Staley's hand when the game ended, walked right into the tunnel, which I thought was a sore loser moment for Gino Auriemma. So this is courtesy of SNY UConn, and here's Gino on if he regrets anything in the in-game interview going into the fourth quarter where he ripped the officials and also kind of took a shot at Dawn Staley.
Dawn said post-game that the exchange had something to do with her not shaking your hand pre-game. Is that what you said to her post-game? And do you have any regrets about the way you handled that exchange with her and your communication about her to Holly Rowe in the fourth quarter?
I don't have any regrets about what I said to Holly Rowe. Why would I? Why would I? I've been coaching a long time. I've never had a kid have to change their jersey because somebody ripped it and the official said I didn't see it. There are a lot of things that happen in that game. Unless you're on that sideline, you have no idea what's happening on that sideline. No, I mean, for 41 years I've been coaching and I've been, 25 Final Fours. And the protocol is before the game, you meet at half court. Anybody ever see that before? Two coaches meet at half court and they shake hands. Correct? You ever see it? They announce it on the loudspeaker. And I waited there for like 3 minutes.
Waited there for like 3 minutes. Now I'm guessing he is talking about pregame, and that was apparently the reason why he was so upset. Dawn Staley never shook his hand before the game. I mean, that's a long time to hold a grudge. I mean, don't you think you would say something before the game starts? I don't know. I don't have much of a problem with the in-game interview going into the fourth quarter. Holly Rowe, ESPN, interviewing him. He ripped the officials. Talking about how they got 6 fouls called for South Carolina, 0 for UConn, and saying, the coach and the other coach, ranting and raving, saying things you wouldn't want to hear said to a referee. That probably a borderline, maybe crossing the line. I don't have any problem with that. So no, I actually, not shaking her hand after the game, I thought was a sore loser moment. But if he's claiming that Dawn Staley did not shake his hand before the game, I don't know. He said he's been doing it for 40 years. That's the protocol. You shake hands before the game. So I guess we would have to get an explanation from Dawn Staley as to why she did not shake Gino's hand before the game. I mean, we're getting into petty territory here. And then finally, here is Gino on the interaction itself with Dawn Staley right before the game ended.
To say, what did you say specifically?
Why would I say it? I said what I said. And obviously she didn't like it. I just told the truth.
What does he say there at the end? I just told the truth? He didn't kind of balked at asking to say what he said. And he goes, I said what I said. Yeah, what did you say? That's everybody wants to know. You don't have to say word for word. But I don't know. I mean, my guess is he said, well, you didn't shake my hand before the game. I have no idea. This guy, I'm kind of already, fed up with it. I've had it. I've enough. Like, let South Carolina enjoy their moment. They beat undefeated UConn. They got the revenge. But I can already see, and thank God this is a Friday night, because I could already see where so many people who didn't watch the game, don't care about the game, will just swoop in and try to hijack these narratives. So it is what it is. I think the main headline is Gino is a sore. Whatever happened before the game, you should have shook her hand when the game ended, and he didn't. All right, let's get back into some hot or cold here. Number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Combs, what's up? What do you got for me?
Oh boy, lots of stuff. Gino, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I mean, taken away from what South Carolina did tonight, this whole situation, maybe it blows over the weekend. I might have missed it when you were doing the Mets update. Did you give the Juan Soto update?
No, what happened to Soto?
They have taken Soto out of the game. He was hit earlier.
Wow.
And so hopefully for Mets fans and hopefully for baseball, it's just precautionary. I didn't get to see it. I just saw the tweet come across. So I just, put that bit of news out there. But I'm going to bring you one hot or cold here. And this is from our guy, Sean Marash. This is inspired by him because I heard him say this week, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So I want to get your take on it since I know that you and Sean like to go after each other every once in a while, so here's your chance. He said this year's Yankees team has 98 Yankees vibes. Hot or cold, Pat?
Sean, our guy Sean, he is such a pig when it comes to his favorite teams. And I love him. He is such a pig. If one of his teams, one of his favorite teams get off to a hot start, he's immediately saying things like this. The Yankees team has 98 vibes. I will say cold because I will only respond with the fact that Sean once said a couple of years ago about the New York Rangers that he thinks they were going to have a Golden State Warriors-esque season. You know, the year that the Warriors went 73-9 and broke the Bulls record. He said that, I think, when the Rangers started the season like 2-0. And he literally couldn't help himself but to say that. And I believe the Rangers ended up losing in the first round that year. They made the conference finals in 2022. They made the conference finals in 2024. I think it was the 2022-23 season. So coming off of a conference finals appearance. And I think he said they were going to have a Golden State Warriors-esque year where they're going to go 73-9. And they ended up getting 107 points. And that actually, they might have had the President's Trophy that year. So he might have been somewhat correct in that notion, but then they fizzled out in the first round. So again, Sean can't help himself. The Yankees are 6-1. They've allowed the fewest runs, tied for the fewest runs allowed in Major League Baseball history through the first 7 games of a season. So naturally, he's already jumping to October, getting ready to plan the parade down the Canyon of Heroes. So he's a pig. He can't help himself.
I love me some Sean Marash. You know I do. And you're right. He's a pig when it comes to his teams. I watched that man today on a video on his Twitter. Boo the person singing the national anthem because they're affiliated with the New Jersey Devils. Booed the person singing the national anthem. I mean, yes, he's a pig when it comes to his favorite teams. He's out of his mind with this take, though, right? Like, I mean, the 98 Yankees are one of the greatest teams of all time. Like, one of the greatest teams of all time. To me, I think it probably goes 27 Yankees. You could probably throw a couple more teams in there. Then you get to 2016 Cubs, and then you get to the 98 Yankees. I'm kidding, of course. But the 98 Yankees are the greatest teams of all time, a top 5 greatest team of all time for sure.
Yeah. The Yankees team went 114-48 and swept the World Series, and that was the start of 3 straight World Series, and that was in the middle of 4 World Series in 5 years. So, again, this is straight out of the Sean Marash playbook, because he literally did the same thing with the Rangers. They went to the conference finals. They were supposed to have a great team the next year, and he said they were going to have a Golden State Warriors-esque season, and then they ended up losing in the first round of the playoffs. So, look, do I think the Yankees can win 100 games? Absolutely. Do they look like a near unbeatable squad so far, even with Garrett Cole and Carlos Rodon not even healthy? Yeah, they do look pretty damn good. It's 7 games. He just can't help himself. He just can't.
Are we thinking he's going to pick the Giants to win the Super Bowl this year?
Probably. I mean, he posted last year a bet that he made for the Giants to win the Super Bowl, and then it was like a $5 bet to win whatever it was, like $200, and then he got like a cash out option of like $8 or whatever.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
So
as our show was ending this summer, didn't he not pick them to be a playoff team this year? Pretty sure he did.
I don't remember. That would be very unlike him.
10-win team. Yeah, I think he picked a 10-win team, and they were going to be a playoff team this year. So,
that was for last year.
Yeah, this past season, as our show, because our show ended in the fall, right as football season was starting.
Correct. Yeah.
And so I'm pretty sure.
Look, I think the Giants are going to be a playoff team this year. And I think the Giants will be a playoff team this year, and I don't think it's crazy. Last year, that was a stretch, for sure. All right, let's do one more, and then we'll take a quick break here, because this one is near and dear to you. Hot or cold, Billy Donovan is the next coach at North Carolina. He will leave the Chicago Bulls.
Oh, hot. Very hot. I'm interested to see who the Bulls are going to bring in. I'm interested to see who AK goes and looks at. I tweeted out probably about 20 minutes ago that this Bulls team is pathetic, and until Jerry Reinsdorf and the Reinsdorf family sells this team, they're going to continue to be pathetic. I don't know who's going to want this job, and I don't know who it's going to be, but Billy Donovan is as good as Tar Heels nation right now.
Well, I will give you I think it's hot too. And I'll give you my answer why. And it's something to do with news that we got today from the president himself. And if you're wondering what the hell am I talking about, I'll tell you when we come back. And then maybe we have one or two more hot or cold to finish off here when we return. Last chance to get aboard the phones, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
A running back is a position you take early to get you over the top, not when you're rebuilding. Not when you're rebuilding. So Tennessee is rebuilding, and maybe they think they could be great this year. They still have needs on the rest of the roster. You can't take a running back. There's no way in the world you can tell me that if you look at the New York Football Giants roster, where the offensive line still isn't good, and outside of Malik Neighbors, none of the wide receivers, we are talking right now with the Giants about Odell Beckham Jr. coming back. John Harbaugh had a face-to-face with Odell Beckham. And I love OBJ. I'm a Giants fan. In his first couple years, he was not literally, because he's not the same person, he was as good as Jerry Rice his first couple years. As good as Jerry Rice the first couple years. That was a long time ago. Odell Beckham Jr. And we're talking about a running back when you could potentially take Carnell Tate or Maui Noah or another offensive lineman or, someone on defense to fix a horrible defense. What if Sonny Styles is there? We're going to skip Sonny Styles? A potential all-pro linebacker to take a running back? What? And let's say you wanted to make the case that the Washington Commanders, okay, they made the title game a couple years ago, and maybe they are in a position to supercharge and get them over the hump here, and that's why you take the running back. Okay, have you seen the wide receiving group in Washington? It's Terry McLaurin, and then me, Tyler, Kenny, and Bill. Are we serious here? Where if you're a Commanders fan, you would rather have Jeremiah Love than Carnell Tate if he's there. You'd rather have Jeremiah Love than Mekhi Lemon if Lemon's there. Or Jordan Tyson if Jordan Tyson's there. Really? Really? Commanders general manager Adam Peters saying this week that they can't believe that they got both Odafe Owe and Caleb Chason in free agency are going to be their starting edge players this year. Like they just signed, like it's like Reggie White and Bruce Smith. The defense was horrible last year. Horrible. They've improved in free agency. I'm not saying they haven't, but we're really going to make it like the Commanders are a running back away from getting over the hump when they need a receiver desperately and absolutely need help on defense.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, Pat Boyle. Last chance to get aboard the phones here, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Again, Josh Graham coming up at the top of the hour, Westwood One Sports Night. Make sure you keep it locked here. Hope everybody's going to have a tremendous weekend. Fantastic weekend of sports. Producer Brandon Combs already laid it out. You got the men's Final Four games tomorrow, weekend of baseball, weekend in the NBA, weekend of hockey, Sunday women's national championship game. We'll see if it's UCLA or Texas that ends up playing Dawn Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks on Sunday night. I know Combs mentioned UFC. I couldn't give a damn about that. But I guess you do have some kind of UFC fight to a bunch of people that nobody will recognize because the sport no longer has any stars will probably fight. And yeah. One last thing I wanted to mention here. Right last segment, we finished off with hot or cold. And I asked Combs, who's a Bulls fan, hot or cold, if his head coach, Billy Donovan, is going to leave the Bulls to be the next North Carolina head coach. There's a lot of reports that they're going to put the full court press on Billy Donovan, that they're going to throw a bag at him, trying to get him to leave the NBA ranks to come back to college. Remember, won back-to-back national championships with one of the greatest teams of all time in the Florida Gators. And something that President Trump did today, I think, is the reason why Billy Donovan would come back to college. And look, if you listen to the show, we don't do a damn thing that has anything to do with politics. But when there's executive orders that get signed that directly impact our sports, then yes, we'll talk about it. And who knows? Because just because he signs an executive order, it doesn't mean, I wouldn't say it doesn't mean a damn thing, but it doesn't mean that it's a guarantee. However, the executive order that President Trump signed today is designed to limit how long athletes can play college sports and how often they can transfer between schools. The order directs the NCAA to create rules that mandate college athletes can play for no more than a 5-year period. And here's the most important part. And allows them to transfer schools only once before they graduate without having to sit out a season. The changes are scheduled to go into effect August 1st. A school that plays an athlete who doesn't meet these new limits could risk losing its federal funding. College athletics and the landscape has changed dramatically in the last couple of years, right? The transfer portal. You can transfer every year. NIL money. Now, I don't think NIL money is going to change, although I know the president has been trying to change that, which I disagree with, because I think for years, college athletes have been completely exploited by the NCAA, making millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars off the backs of March Madness and the college football playoff, with these athletes not getting a single dime, and it's had to lead to illegal recruiting and boosters giving, little under the counter gigantic checks to these players as part of a recruiting pitch. So why would you want to go back to that? Stupid. But if this goes into effect and the transfer portal is no longer the wild, wild west, and you're getting players that, for the most part, you can count on to commit to stay at your school, or if you do get somebody that transfers to your school, you got a pretty good idea, you got a pretty good promise that they are not going to transfer again next season. I wonder if I think that would entice Billy Donovan. Because I don't know if Billy Donovan hates the way that college athletics has gone. Think about all the longtime coaches that have left the sport. Jim Larinaga from Miami, Mike Krzyzewski from Duke, Roy Williams from North Carolina. And at some point, they have mentioned that the game is changing so much and it's becoming more and more difficult. If Billy Donovan can even get college basketball to be a little bit like it was 10 years ago, where he doesn't have to worry about, oh my God, on top of recruiting and on top of that, I got to worry about NIL money now. I got to worry about the transfer portal every year. I got to recruit out of the transfer portal. If Billy Donovan can kind of recruit like it was in 2005, I would think the familiarity that he would have with the college game, a change to how it used to be, that's the last little push he would need. That's the last little push Billy Donovan would need to return back to the, I say old school days. I mean, again, 15, 20 years ago, to return to the old school days of college sports. Does that make the return easier for Billy Donovan? Does that make the transition easier? Does that make going from the NBA back to college a little bit easier? I say yes. I say yes. When Billy Donovan got those players on that Florida Gators team to come to the Swamp, to come to Gainesville, he knew that the only reason they were leaving is to go to the NBA. That was it. They weren't leaving a transfer. They weren't leaving because they got promised more money elsewhere. The only reason they were leaving is because of the NBA. When he recruited Corey Brewer, when he recruited Al Horford, when he recruited Joakim Noah, he didn't have to say, well, damn, I mean, if we don't pay these guys, if we don't pay this guy $4 million next year, he's going to leave for Duke, he's going to leave for North Carolina, he's going to leave for Kansas. When he got Maurice Spates, the year after that, he didn't have to worry about them leaving to the transfer portal. Now, again, you could transfer once, but I think that used to be the rules. You can transfer, and you would sit out a year. You can transfer once, and then if you try to transfer again, you'd have to sit out a year. So I think by Monday, well, no, check that. Because I think I did see some reports that Billy Donovan has no plans of making a decision on North Carolina until after the season ended. Now, again, if you trust that or not, take it with a grain of salt. But I would say in 10 days from now, the day after the NBA regular season ends and the Chicago Bulls season is over, Billy Donovan will be the next head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels. That's my prediction for the weekend. My prediction on the floor. Despite, I'll be rooting for UConn, and I love Dan Hurley, even though he's a sicko. I think Illinois wins. I think Arizona wins, and I think Arizona wins the title. We'll be here to talk about it on Monday. Great show. Thanks to all the callers. Thanks to everybody that tweeted in. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Monty. Another great addition of the list. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Have a great weekend. This is BetMGM Tonight.
like what unlocks the Celtics and the reason that they won a title 2 years ago was his defensive versatility. We are old enough. We remember the death lineup for the Warriors, right? The Warriors were able to craft a lineup that was singularly outstanding defensively and impossible to defend. And the reason that they were so good defensively is because Draymond Green was able to play the big on the other side of the court well. He was able to defend that player well. And that meant that you could have a piece on the floor, a chess piece on the floor that was able to take away the opposing big and could also pass phenomenally and could also make a three, right? And what I see with Tatum and the Celtics right now is literally he is fulfilling the Draymond Green role for a death lineup where you have spacing and shooters everywhere. And he can defend the opposing big. That is impossibly valuable in today's NBA. And Draymond Green, for everything you want to praise him, he's not Tatum. Certainly not offensively. He can't get his own bucket, and he is not as good of a shooter. So he never was as good of a shooter as Tatum is, in my opinion. So if Tatum has unlocked the ability to pass in the way that Draymond does, and he can do the things defensively that Draymond was doing, specifically being the counterpiece to the opposing big, like. I just see a ceiling for this Celtics team that's just not even remotely reflected in the odds board right now.
Well, I think for, Illinois, their defense has improved so much from seeing them in February where it's like, God, these guys just, they cannot get consistent stops, to then seeing them in Houston. And granted, Houston's not the greatest offensive team. They're not a juggernaut. Iowa certainly isn't either, but they were giving them real problems. And their positional size is a problem for offenses to play against. But UConn is a different beast. And I'm really intrigued to see if that defensive improvement sticks, because Connecticut is going to run guys off screens and cut and slip, and they're a different animal. And I'm really curious to see if Illinois' improvement is the real deal, or if it's a little bit of just the fact that they were playing two offenses that could bog down. And, with UConn, you've got the Danny Hurley effect where they're running great stuff and they just find ways to win games. But I could not have been more impressed with Illinois in Houston. I thought offensively they handled everything that Houston threw at them. The pressure, the reads. Keaton Wagler was composed, under control. And honestly, for this game, the rebounding is so important because Illinois truly looks to destroy you on the offensive glass. And they're looking for kick-out threes. The three-point line looms large, and I think UConn, they're going to need some of the guys that haven't shot the ball well, the solo balls, the Braylon Mullins. Those guys have got to shoot it better. But rebounding, to me, is where it's going to come down to, because Illinois can just overwhelm you with their size and second chances.